Oh, I forgot. My audio doesn't work on Linux. Okay, seriously though. How y'all doing today? Good to be here. Hope I look the part. You know, you can't just get a framework and still dress like a JavaScript shit poster. Like, come on. Y'all should expect better from me. Pre-recorded? What do you mean pre-recorded? Your chat's right there. What am I doing on Linux? Using it. I was coding. Got my things all looking fancy. I did consider setting up a green screen, but I chose last second against it because effort. Yeah, I'm trying to not use Arc and I'm hating it. I think I should like stack rank the things I miss the most. I'm going to make that list actually so I don't forget to. Oh, here's actually my favorite bug. Did you see how long it took for the tab to switch? When I leave a Chrome instance in another workspace, half the time it just locks up and doesn't like respond for 5+ seconds sometimes. It's so bad. I'm not using Zorg. I'm using, what's it called? Wayland. I'm using Modern Ubuntu with Wayland, GNOME Desktop, and the Omakuab stuff. Things I miss most. Arc, Affinity Photo, Command plus CV. I hate Control for copy paste. Command tilde, I don't miss that much. I actually have some controversial takes about window navigation with the keyboard. And using this has, once again, black-pilled me. And I might end up changing my way of navigating Windows on Mac. I've already made some adjustments. What are the other big ones? Fast wake from sleep and sleep working in general. Community helper for Cursor. Are you like salaried? Do you work there? Good to see you regardless, man. The last straw Sonic Frontiers wouldn't run, lol. I've tried tiling window managers. I was on i3 for a long time. I don't care enough now. What else do I really miss? So to be clear, it's not just framework laptops that suck at sleep. It's Linux in general. Pinch zoom. Ooh. Yeah. I haven't been doing much graphics work, which is when I use pinch zoom the most, but I do really miss it. I'm going to rank these by how much I miss them. Yeah. Battery life's fine so far. It's not great, but it's fine. Oh, touchpad gestures. Yeah. That's one of my biggest. That is competing with Arc. I might even put that above. Well, I'm pinching and I'm not zooming. I've considered trying Zen. I just don't want to move off of the Chrome ecosystem because I have all my Chrome shit set up. I'll try it eventually. Honestly, the biggest issue is my thumb hurts all the time remembering to reach to hit those modifier keys. I see why, as a Linux person, you'd go for one of those fancy keyboards more than ever now. There's a Wayland flag in Chrome. I'm assuming default also uses Wayland, does it not? Hopefully that will correctly relaunch all my windows. Or did it put all my windows in this workspace? That's exactly what it did. So we're going to move this one to workspace 1. Can I drop it there? Yes, cool. That one I had in workspace 4. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. They do. I can't pan very well with it, but the zoom works. Good shit. This is why I was happy to like talk with you guys live with this. Because y'all know what you're doing. Fixed by using Wayland Chrome. Hopefully that'll help with my performance issues and like the weird idling that's been going on in the background. I don't miss Raycast that much. I do, but not a lot. If anything, being on Linux has made me become a harder power user of Raycast because I need to in order to replicate the things I do actually like about this. Let me take my tea bag out. One sec. Cool. Anyways. Discord on Linux, I'm just using the browser version. It's fine. I don't love it, but it's fine. Does the job. I haven't always used LazyGit. I mostly just use it to open PRs quickly. Is it random that I'm wearing a hoodie? Yeah, I'm just randomly wearing this JS Sucks hoodie. Don't know if you can even see it because of black on black. You know, those, you know, us Linux people love our dark mode. Negative points about Discord in browser. Oh. That it's yet another tab I leave open all the time. I'm not rocking Hyperland. My setup's more boring. Yeah. So that the things that, like, if y'all can fix for me, this is the big ones. This I could probably fix just by moving to Tmux and fucking with Alacrity a bit. But like right now, I can't select text. Oh, shift, holding down shift lets you do it? That's weird. I had heard someone mention that. Good to know that exists at least. But if I want a multi-line select, even if I like close one of these windows, it will include things I don't want in it. So if I shift, select, paste, it includes all the bars from the window. Tisk tisk. It looks real pretty. It's just not practical at all. I like the frames, though. I just wish it was smart enough to ignore them in selections. So I'm not using Tmux, it's ZellaJ. That's my issue. I know how to do all this shit in Tmux. I just don't know ZellaJ, and it was what came default with the Omicub setup. So I wanted to give it a real go. I would honestly say, like, before we get started, if we can fix this, that would be the biggest win for me. Right now, for whatever reason, 1440p isn't an option here. If I could get 2560 by 1440 to pop up here and then set scale to 200%, I would be a very happy individual. But for some reason, it won't let me. And I have no idea why. What's GPU? Doesn't matter. When I'm in like the laptop mode, it lets me do much higher res, like 4K res. This is a 4K display on this. If I switch this to join, then this display can do much higher res than like 2560 by 1440. And this one as well can do 2560 1440 fine. It's just in mirror mode, it doesn't give me the option. I hit fraction, will it? Nope. Why do I need fractional scaling to have the resolutions that both displays support? Somebody saying try X11? Fuck no. Native resolution. It's 2 displays. I believe they both do 1440. Where did my settings go? I had it open here. Oh, I had it open to 1. My bad. This one. Oh, I guess my laptop display doesn't have a 1440p option that it likes. That's really dumb. That's really dumb. I applied the 60 hertz. It didn't let me. And you can't choose different refresh rates in this mirror view at all. It gives me no option to control my refresh rate. GNOME Render is the tool for custom resolution. It's not included. Do I have to install that? X-Render's X11, not Wayland. Yeah, how can so many people say so many things yet nobody even kind of answers my question is kind of hilarious. What's the cursor mode in ZellaJ by default? I'm so used to my brackets. I don't know the ZellaJ hotkeys. Fuck. I need to move off of ZellaJ. I can't do this. I'm too Tmux pilled. This was the biggest mistake I made, was actually giving ZellaJ a shot, thinking I could adjust. I can't. Control B is... Oh, Tmux mode. Thank you. I did not know it had that. That makes my life much better. Okay. This is weird because it's showing different resolutions available than it showed when I wasn't in mirror mode. There are higher reses that aren't shown in either of these that I know are available. I know each DP1 is a different display. The DP4 is the one that's plugged in external, and the DP1 is this built-in one. I think the problem might be that it can't do 120 hertz, but it's currently stuck at the 120 hertz when I'm in that. What's the difference between these two 60 hertz options? One's going to work and one's going to break terribly. I know that much. Let's see what happens. Cheap monitors, motherfucker? What are you talking about? Oh, that's great. I can't see anything now. I literally can't see that. Am I hovering the cancel or keep? Okay, reset. Please reset. Okay, why did it just move my windows around a bunch? Like, why did this get moved to space 1? This is so bad. Like, I'm trying, guys. I really am. Is there no way in this menu to, like, change refresh rate? Do they really hide that here? The issue is I want to use 1440p with 200% scaling, but I can't get 1440p to come up. Could somebody write me an xrandr command that should do the right thing? WLR render. Nope. Sudo apt install. I love Linux. Okay, how do I use that option now that I created it? I have to sudo xrender. I think we're just staying at 1080p, guys. I'm not putting all this work in. If somebody can write me like an actual short thing that isn't stop using fucking GNOME. Will xrender even work if I'm on Wayland though? I'm not using Hyperland. So the issue is that 1440p isn't I'm guessing it's not a natively supported resolution on this laptop display, which is why it doesn't come up. I am up to date. Is GNOME render a thing? Fuck. I'm not installing yet another thing that's probably not going to work. Wayland doesn't support resolution transformations. Where's the like view thread button? I wanted to ban that person. Yeah, I'm guessing that my laptop's monitor or my laptop's display doesn't report this resolution as valid. And that's why this isn't working. Is there an answer over here that I ignored? Kevin. I can't use xrender because it's Wayland. No monitor config. Fuck. I am on Wayland. I've installed most of the things and none of them fucking worked. And edit the grub command line. Oh, God. Oh, God. Yeah, that one's not happening. Thank you for letting me know that's an option, but I'm not doing that. I have to have Rust installed to compile it. God. I use these a lot, actually, Wes, but it won't let me do the mirrorings. I need to see what I'm doing on my computer is the thing. I feel like my ask isn't that crazy. All I want is for my resolution to be 1440p, for the scale to be set to 200%. Also, I just realized this changed again, and I need 1080p. I need 16 by 9. And I really don't feel like I'm asking that much here. It shows on one of the two displays. The problem is my laptop, despite being higher res than 1440p, does not provide a 1440p option. It is not a cable limitation. It's a fine option for the external display. As I showed here, when I'm here, I can do much higher reses, but doesn't offer the 1440p. And here, it offers it totally fine. All I want is this option with mirroring on. That's it. It's not even scaling. It's just mirroring. The option isn't there. And integer scaling's not bad if you're at 2x, which is what I want to do. I'm not doing a fractional scale. What's mirroring? Mirroring's when two displays have the same thing. One displays my capture card, one displays my laptop here. I'm not doing a fucking grub wise. No, this is... I'm not joking. Next person to say change environments, I'm going to ban whichever chat. This is the moment. Any point forward, if you say to switch, it's at least a week timeout. This is why people hate Linux, guys. Both because it's hard to fix and because the suggestion whenever somebody has a problem is just to upend their entire fucking environment. I didn't want to do this as a demonstration of how shitty Linux in the community is, but you guys have proven my point before I even wanted to make it. How does fractional scaling differ from integer scaling? That's actually a good question. So with with integer scaling, things that aren't scaled properly, like if you have a pixel that's like hard set and you do a 200% scale, it just makes that one pixel take up 2 vertically and 2 horizontally. And if it's something like text, it can render it at a higher resolution while still fitting the grid, so to speak, perfectly. Fractional scaling isn't turning 1 pixel into 4, it's turning 1 pixel into a fraction of pixels. And turning 1 pixel to 2 3/4 pixels does not scale great. As such, you end up with crazy rasterization techniques to try and fit things into an uneven number of pixels. And if you don't have a really good algorithm for it, it looks like fucking garbage. Yes, I actually just helped, what's his face? Josh Sayre fix this in his OBS to fix his text rasterization. This is far too many steps. I appreciate it, but I'm not doing that. That does appear to be one of the few ways that would work, Aries, but 4 times more steps than I care to do. Oh, you got a lot of people here today. Let me thank subs. Command plus this a bit. Is this? Oh, that does work. That's nice. Look at that. We thank all the subs I missed while I was getting ready. We got definitely not an LLM. Thank you for that. We got Carlos with the 9 months. Thank you for that. Jab the Dev Boy, 14 months in. Legend. Viewbot with a heart. Always good to see you, man. 16 months. Maple, 29 months. Jesus Christ. You're nearing that 3-year mark now. CDE 90, Framework plus Linux. Damn right. 26 months in. We got Aman here with the 26 months. Just Isabel with the 13 months. Legend. King Kong, always good to see you, man. 14 months in. This will likely put you off Linux. If it hasn't already, I don't know what will. Why have we moved to Linux? Because I wanted to try the framework out. Thank you, Plug, for the sub. Alejo, always good to see you. 36 months in. Hit the 3-year mark. Goddamn. Ergo, 4 months in. 6-month sub. Appreciate that. How do I feel about Linux? It's not that bad overall. Just these little things get real annoying. The tier 3, 5 months in. Thank you, Giannis. We got Denny Dev here. 6 months in on that tier 2. Parkour Peter throwing gifts around already. Thank you for that. What happened to this? What even is this? Oh, yeah. I can go to detail on that later. Don't worry. This Linux moment of mom is not just a phase thing. I'm probably not going to stick to it. I'm giving it an honest go. I wanted to do a month. I'm probably only going to do a week. Zayan here with the Wednesday stream. Always good to see you. Thanks for the 2 months of support. And then Wes here with the 14 months. And Tizu with the bits using Arch. Appreciate it. Why don't you just Hackintosh? If you think Hackintosh is as simple as just Hackintosh, huh? And on top of that, like, why would I use a worse Mac when I have a better Mac? Oh, shit. Paul with the 10 gifts. Thank you so much, Paul Phillip. Really appreciate that. I will say that there was a brief moment where installing macOS on my Windows desktop was slightly easier than installing Ubuntu because one of my USB sound devices had a bad driver and it just wouldn't boot Ubuntu no matter what the fuck I did. So there was a brief moment where, for me, installing Hackintosh macOS on my Windows computer was easier than installing Linux on it. Hackintosh does still exist, yes, because a lot of Apple's still supporting Intel Macs for better or worse. So as long as they're doing that, it'll still be an option. You're not for much longer, almost certainly. I'm trying to find remotely possible 2-line fixes. I'd rather stick with 1080p and be able to record on this today than try something risky that takes a lot of steps that could fuck up my install. Oh, yeah, I saw they finally mark this as deprecated. Huge. So there's no concept of main and second display and mirroring here, which is annoying. This is so many steps. I don't want to add resolutions via grub. I'll save it for later. I'm not signing into Pocket, so I won't save it for later. Best to drop it because it requires a grub config. Thank you, Embed. I appreciate it. I'll throw this in the list. Boneless UI. Oh, shit. Jen's my favorite. This, I don't know if I can make a video out of it, but I'll throw it in the web components don't suck. Because I love Jen's, and I want to have an opportunity to talk about anything that she did. I appreciate this, Archie. I can't bother at this point. I've burnt out on the issue. Spill harasser. I'll just say you're fine. I saw this was a thing. I'll give it a star and possibly look at it in the future. Throw that in the research channel so I don't forget it. It's fine. I have weird thoughts overall. It's probably the only non-Mac laptop I would buy right now. But it's also a great reminder of why I buy Macs. I think I am resigning on this hunt. Look, you can see all the work I was doing because I actually was coding on this yesterday. I wanted to give it an honest go. I promise. I shipped real code yesterday. Oh God, what now? Did this become a drama? I do not want to, no. Because that would just be Windows, and I'm not doing Windows. Other Linux issues. Great question. I got the whole list here. Scrolling feels awful. I don't like the keyboard on this too much. I fucked up buying the AMD model because I like Thunderbolt a lot, and I had to rewire my room in order to make this work. My first attempt to install Umakube failed. I think it's because apt was updating in the background at the same time, and then I had to like manually uncheck things in order to get this working. The display on this guy is actually pretty nice. Installing Cursor was a bitch and ended up bricking my OS, which was really funny. I don't love the I/O on this overall. Wake from Sleep sucks ass. I enjoy the lack of animations. I hate the fact that I have no idea how to do like emojis. I actually don't like the keyboard much. The more I've used it, I'm going kind of crazy. It's nowhere near as good as Mac, but it's fine. Two finger back and forth does not work, and I couldn't find how to enable it. Control semicolon. Nope. Yeah, I know it's Control V, then Control Shift V. I'm trying to get myself to stop doing that, but it's just instinct. Last two, what do you got for me, Gabriel? Oh yeah, companion windows. This I was actually pretty interested in. Throw that in the list. Oh, Express 5, is there anything in that release that I care about? Yeah, I don't think I care enough for that one. It's cool that it happened, but... Control period? Nope. Yeah, the GSAP acquisition was nuts. Yeah, but jQuery 4 hasn't been trumped versus like Fastify and Hano and all the other options that exist for web frameworks now. Like, things that are better than jQuery are very different from jQuery. Things that are better than Express are basically just Express++. I think I wish that my Mac had the ability to turn off animations for switching workspaces, because I love doing that now. I forgot how much I missed that. Okay, you're using Chrome over X Wayland. Yeah, that makes sense. Is that also why I hate scrolling in here? It's not too bad, but I don't love it. Yeah, I know. I need to get videos started. Let me offset. Oh, 55. We'll aim for 5545. So we can do a bit earlier. 2, 33, 34. Okay. I did 35 for that. Laravel plus Tailwind sounds like a good start for you. Last message. What do you got for me? Send you over the list of Linux problems. After stream. I'm going to film 1 or 2 videos on this, then I'm going to get frustrated and move back to the MacBook, I think. Which ones are safe to film on this? Because like the text is not going to look as good in the video because it's 1080p, no scale. And I'm picky. I feel like these two should be fine. What more do you have for me, Gabriel? Ooh. That's a fun one. Throw this in research. I think I'm just going to pass this one to low level, honestly. I tried installing this and it wouldn't work. Yo, thank you, Insanity Later, for the 30 months. J Pre with the 16. VSIO with the Prime, and Polymathic Man with the 3 months. Thank you all for the support. Oh, low level. There's a fun thing for you here if you want it from Gabriel. Someone hacked Zendesk. A 15-year-old hacked Zendesk. No worries, low level. You're doing your job. Oh, there's a lot of these, and I always pass them on, like I just did for low level. What's Zendesk? Oh, I am so jealous of you, Cody Ferguson. We need to figure out what we're doing first. That's not the thing I wanted open there. That's fine. I think if I function Shift F11 for that. Cool. Okay, how do I'm having that weird bug. I've had this once before where I do the function F11, and even if I'm holding Shift forward, I can't get it to show my tab bar. Normally it's function Shift F11 to show the tab bar. Is there a different hotkey I can get it to show the tab bar once I'm full screen? Because I want full screen with tabs. And I know this works. I guess I don't have any windows that are doing it right now. But I did. I know it's a thing. I had it set up before. I had multiple of my windows with full screen with tabs visible. Oh, it might be because I switched to the Wayland renderer. That's probably what it fucking is. God damn it. Tabs is in the tab bar. Fuck. This is the problem. It's whack-a-mole. Like, fix one thing, break 3. Constantly. The entire experience. I'm just using default Ubuntu with Omacub. I'm tired. Whew. I think we're ready to get going with this one. Shift Control F should show tab bar in full screen. Nope. I don't know how to get the alt menu. Like, I have literally no idea, like the file menu options, because GNOME hides it. Yeah, I don't know how to get to menu, view, and all of that. Is it Control B? Nope. I right click the workspaces bar. Nothing. Oops. I can rename them. I'm doing it on a blank area. Nothing's happening. I'm not switching browsers, guys. Okay, we'll do the one Chrome video, and then I'm probably just going to move back to my Mac. I gave this an honest go. Application menu. Oh, God. Maybe this will have some of the things I'm trying to do. That just froze this for a second. That's hilarious. I literally had this working before and then switching to Wayland mode. Great. Just keep doxing my fucking email addresses every website. I love that. You say this like I haven't also done this. Believe me, there's a joke to be made here of like, if you ask for help with a Mac thing, you can filter out all the Linux assholes. If you ask for help on a Linux thing, you get a bunch of contradictory advice from the Linux assholes. Control home. What's even the fucking home key on this? Nope. I tried. Well, no one can say I didn't give it an honest go, because I fucking did. Let's film this first video. Click the window title. Where's the window title? I've unlearned all the Mac habits. This is the single most annoying thing is people saying it's unfair that I'm comparing it to Mac. I need to stop treating it like a Mac. I'm not fucking treating it like a Mac. I'm treating it like a computer. I use Windows every day. I use Mac OS every day. I use Linux every day too for deploying shit. I used to be a daily driver on Linux too as my main OS. The issue isn't that I'm expecting it to be a Mac. The issue is that it doesn't fucking work. And if you can't get that through your head, you should never give people advice on the fucking internet. You are the problem. I'm sorry, but like, I'm trying to give this an honest go. And when people say I need to stop pretending it's Mac, I'm not. There was somebody who was saying that like, I got in an argument on Twitter because I said the computer didn't boot and it sucked. From somebody saying I should stop treating it like a Mac. I'm not treating it like a Mac. I'm treating it like a computer that I'm fucking using. There's a difference. Jesus fuck. Control-Alt-T. That actually sounds likely. I'll give that one a go. No, that opens up my terminal. Fuck. That one sounded likely. I think I'm giving up on that for now, sadly. Control-Shift-B while full screen. I'll give that one. Nope. Fuck. I've given it an honest go. I don't think I'll be able to get that working. Shift F11, that's what it was before. That's the thing that broke. Cool. We're going to film the Chrome video. Then I'm going to switch computers because I can't do this. Actually, I'm going to film the start of the JavaScript one too. Let me put that at the top of the list. Things you didn't know run JS. Cool. We'll do that there. Marker. Function lock is not on, no. Control Alt F2. I'll give that one a shot too. Control Alt. Nope. If anyone ever says I didn't give this an honest shot, type LG. Interesting. Articles about the tab bar thing? I'm looking for a way to full screen with the tab bar visible. It used to be it used to be Shift F11 and just F11 was without the tab bar, but then I switched to the Wayland mode in Chrome and now it's broken. I'm tempted to switch back to X Wayland, but I don't care enough. I'm just going to leave it full screen. I want Wayland mode. I like the pinching and the scrolling too much. As though it's Chrome flags is the equivalent because I'm in Chrome. Nope. No option for that. We're just doing it. Click use Sista, right click empty space in the top of Chrome. Unless I'm missing the empty space, I don't think that's an option for me. I don't have a view button. Whatever. I'm just doing this video, guys. Thanks for all the attempts. Thank you, Suna, for the sub as well. I'm just doing this. Cool. It's a sad day for the modern web. As much as I am a Chrome defender, it's a sad day for the web. As much as I am like a... Okay, I think I have my flaw on this one. Cool. It's a sad day for the web. As much as I am the go-to Chrome defender, yes, I know, it's not popular, but okay. As Chrome's biggest defender, I'll admit, today kind of sucks. The end is near, and the future of uBlock Origin isn't looking particularly bright. I want to go in-depth on what happened here. I'm a Chrome extension author, a Linux privacy nerd, as you can see from my Framework laptop and my Ubuntu installation. But more importantly, I'm a big nerd about all things privacy, advertising, and the web. And I think it's important to understand why these changes are happening, how it's going to affect you, and what the future of Chrome looks like. But before we can do that, we need to understand Manifest v2 versus v3. Before we can talk about that, a quick word from today's sponsor. Oh shit, Ace Rolla with the raid. Thank you, man. Ace Rolla, today's sponsor. Now, real talk though, thanks for stopping by. For those who don't know, I'm Theo. I'm a JavaScript soy boy that happens to be running Linux and a Framework laptop today. We'll see how long this lasts for. I'm starting to go insane. But yeah, about to film a video all about Chrome's changes and what does and doesn't matter about them. If anybody here doesn't know Ace Rolla, fix that. He's one of my personal favorite YouTubers. One of the few I actually watch like every video from. Does great game engine related breakdowns that are really, really interesting. The shader guy, I like that. I'm pumped that you don't skip my ads. That means I have to work and make them more annoying though. Anyways, if you don't know, I film YouTube videos live on Twitch. I'm filming a whole bunch right now. And I'm suffering through Linux as I do it. Settings under appearance, enable 3 dots in top right corner. This is actually going to fix my problem. I'm going to hide my screen while I do this. It's not an option. Rip. I'm not switching to GTK. No, we're not changing more things. I'm filming a video. Cool. Google Chrome's uBlock Origin phase-out has begun. If you have uBlock Origin, you might notice Chrome automatically disabling the extension. Oh boy. So what's going on here? Why is this being disabled? I want to find the original announcement for v3. Yeah, undo of me showing that first screen. Going straight here. Cool. As I mentioned before, we need to understand Manifest v2 versus v3. These are the two different ways. These are the two different versions of what is effectively your configuration for an extension. This is a standard that isn't just a thing in Chrome, by the way. This is supported in Firefox as well, in attempts to try and make a universal standard for extensions. In V2, in Manifest V2 was a little too flexible. The big things that are the goal with the move to Manifest v3 by Chrome is to try and patch up some of those absurdly wide permissions and make things both safer and faster for all Chrome users. There's been a lot of spyware spreading around via Chrome extensions on V2, and V3 should hopefully address the vast majority of those issues. So what has actually changed? Let's go through it. From this original announcement from 2020, by the way, this has been a long time in the making. So the big change to security is that Manifest 3.3, or one of the biggest changes is that Manifest v3 will not allow you to remotely host code. All the code has to actually be in the extension itself, which means making changes on the fly is much harder because you have to wait for the extension to be approved. But it also means it's much easier for them to audit it and make sure the code is safe. They also are strict about not obfuscating the code. They said over 70% of the Chrome extensions that were malicious were obfuscated. So now you can only minify. And they were clear you can still minify the code. You just can't obfuscate it. You can't intentionally make the code impossible to read and understand. The performance stuff's actually really cool too. They fundamentally changed how the background logic works. The big thing is service workers. Instead of a background page, which is literally a separate HTML page that runs, triggers its own JS, and does whatever else for every single extension, by the way. So you're running all these different isolates nonstop. It's terrible. Now you can run service workers. So you don't need the HTML. You don't need this weird background page pattern that spins up way more resources. You can just have a service worker, which is a mini JS thread that we can already use for building stuff in the web. Now you could use that for your extensions, which should be significantly more performant. They also fundamentally change a bunch of the APIs, one of which we're going to go very in-depth on, which is the network analysis API, in order to make them a little more fine-grained, but also much more performant. The declarative net request one, in particular, we'll be going deep into. So hopefully we understand a bit of why Manifest v3 is happening now. It's to try and reduce both the performance issues that come from Chrome extensions as well as the security issues inherent to the existing model. But this change also, but these changes disproportionately affect ad block solutions. And I want to go into what this looks like. The best way, as always, is to keep up with what Gorehill is doing. In this case, uBlock Origin Lite. uBlock Origin Lite is a permissionless v3 API. Or uBlock Origin Lite is a permissionless. uBlock Origin Lite's a permissionless. Why can't I say Manifest v3 right now? uBlock Origin Lite's a permissionless Manifest v3 API. uBlock Origin Lite's a permissionless. Why is this so hard? Because it says MV3 and not like Manifest v3, which my brain's just not working. I was going to say MV3. uBlock Origin Lite's a permissionless MV3 API-based content blocker. It's entirely declarative, which means there is no need for a permanent uBlock Origin Lite process for the filtering to occur. This is both what is cool about uBlock Origin Lite and Manifest v3, as well as what kind of sucks. The change with how... they have this in the FAQ. Let me... Is it in the home section? I want to... It's important to understand how this declarative net request API works. previously, the API that you would use to access web requests to do things like ad blocking would give you access to the entire request and the response, and you would process that in JavaScript. So every single request your browser makes would be analyzed by your extension that has that permission to see it and say, hey, I don't know if I want to do that. Hey, I want to cancel that request. Pass that one along. This is both a huge performance hit because literally every single request your browser makes has to go through this JavaScript before it can actually finish the request. And it's a it's a huge security issue because now your extension sees every single thing your browser is doing. If it's a trusted open source extension like uBlock Origin Lite, or if it's a trusted open source extension like uBlock, you're good to go. But if it's a sketchier one like AdBlock or AdBlock Plus, who knows what's happening to that data? I've seen some sketchy shit. You should probably avoid those. But the declarative net request API solves this. And the way it solves that is by being a traditional declarative filter, which means that instead of code running on every single thing, or by declarative, what they mean is that instead of running some JavaScript code on every single request and making a decision when the request comes through, you declare which requests are and aren't allowed. So now you have to include a giant, effectively a JSON file that configures which requests are and aren't allowed as part of the extension. This is much easier to do in a performant and safe way because there is no code being executed by the extension now. uBlock Origin Lite doesn't run JavaScript to figure out if a request should go through or not. Instead, this list is provided to the browser, which could then block on a native layer. So Node.js is running, which should allow this to both use way less memory and be way more performant, but most importantly, significantly safer. But that does mean there's a handful of features that we're probably used to using something like uBlock Origin that you're not going to get. You're not going to get the fancy right-click remove element stuff because this is just being used for the blocking of requests now. You're not going to get per-site scripting changes the way we could before. You aren't going to have dynamic filtering and URL filtering where on URLs you can set different conditions and permissions in different states with different things inside of them. Everything has to be declarative through these new rules that are being defined in this declarative way. And you can see this if you look through the code. You just go to Chromium, rule sets, generic rule set, and here we see defaults and all of these URLs that are going to be blocked by default. And there's a whole bunch of these, and all of these sets of domains are used in the build process to create an extension that includes, I think it's 27,000 or so rules of what should be blocked always. Did he not mention the 30,000? I thought he did because he said it was plenty. Oh, it's 30K, cool, here. Earlier, or when the proposal for Manifest v3 first happened, they had a hard limit of 30,000 rules per extension. And some people were working around that by installing multiple extensions. So you'd have part 1, part 2, part 3 extensions, which is weird. They bumped it to 300K. But what's interesting is that uBlock Origin Lite's only got 17K when using the optimal or complete modes, which is not that many rules in the end. So it's fine. I do like this question that was in here. Is uBlock Origin Lite a bad faith attempt at converting uBlock Origin to Manifest v3? No. My goal with uBlock Origin Lite is a reliable and efficient MV3 compliant content blocker, leveraging the filter lists used by uBlock Origin. I'm satisfied that I fulfilled that goal by ensuring uBlock Origin Lite was entirely declarative, though at the cost of limitations beyond those intrinsic to MV3. The service worker is not required to initiate network, cosmetic, or scriptlet-based filtering in a timely manner because, again, it's entirely declarative. If you didn't know this, there was actually some issues inherent to, or if you didn't know this, there's actually some issues on the old uBlock Origin on MV2 in Chrome because Chrome would try and get your browser page to resolve before it let the extensions finish, which caused a race condition that was particularly rough. If I find in here, I am curious about this. I haven't read this yet. But I had a link on why Firefox is the best browser. Oh, here it is. Yeah. As Gorhil says here, for Chromium-based browsers specifically, MV3 will actually allow you to properly filter at browser launch, which isn't the case for MV2-based content blockers. He has a whole post all about this, which I thought was really interesting. This is like fun history of ad block details. Firefox will wait for uBlock Origin to be ready before sending network requests from the already open tabs at browser launch. In Chromium browsers, that's not the case. Tracker and advertisement payloads may find their way into already open tabs before uBlock Origin is ready, while Firefox will properly filter them. Reliably blocking at browser launch is especially important for whoever uses default deny mode for third-party resources or JS. A setting's available in Chrome, but it's disabled by default to allow for extensions to block the page loads, but like no one has that enabled. There's also prefetching, which is blocked in Firefox but not in Chrome, and WASM, which is a fun one too. Chromium browsers don't really let you, or the reason WASM's not used in the Chrome version is because if WASM was being used, there is yet another permission that has to be allowed in the extension manifest, which could theoretically get Google to block a push yet again. There's a whole issue here detailing how strict Chrome can be about these things. Wish to be able to use WebAssembly for my extension. It's already the case for the Firefox version. However, I don't plan to use WASM unsafe eval if or when it becomes available, as this goes against the spirit of not executing remote code. What's the reason that Chromium can't allow loading of WASM modules from same origin response objects? This would solve the issue of loading and executing only same origin WASM code. So the issue with WASM is technically the way that Chrome implemented it, you could execute WASM binaries from anywhere, which would be huge for obfuscation and installing viruses via extensions. So they decided to try and avoid all of that. Oh shit, Madison raided. Huge. Thank you so much for the raid, Madison. This is the Madison I'm thinking of, right? You change your handle? Yes. Awesome. For those who don't know Madison, she does a lot of more educational content about software dev stuff. She's also a big book nerd. Love the new name. Always good to see you, Madison. Thanks for stopping by. Hope you guys had a fun stream. Oh, Jesus. We're getting spammed on YouTube now, huh? That's annoying. Yeah, YouTube's mod tools are shit. Thank you, UI Wizard, for helping with all that. I'm not using Firefox. I fucking hate Firefox. Yeah, thanks for stopping by. For those who don't know, I'm Theo. I film YouTube videos about software dev stuff, primarily JavaScript and web stuff, but I kind of go all over the place nowadays. I'm using Linux right now. Have some feelings about it. This is all Chromium browsers are going to be moving to strict manifest v3. Anyways, so as you can see, poor Gorhil has been suffering a lot trying to support the best possible ad blocking flows inside of Chrome. And now I'm going to drop the controversial take that's probably going to get me into a bit of trouble, and I know if I look at the comments, it's going to be everyone. I don't think Chrome is doing this in bad faith. I genuinely do not believe the goal of the Chrome team here is to allow their ads to go through more reliably. I've seen a lot of controversy around this. I've seen a lot of conspiracy, a lot of weird shit from people who are trying to push this idea that Chrome's only making these changes because they want to remove ad blocks from the internet. You would be amazed at how few users are using ad blocks when it comes to percentages of the web, especially on mobile. Because mobile is a huge portion of traffic on the internet now. It's the majority, if I recall. And more importantly, it's where most of the money transfer is happening on the web nowadays too. Because of that, these changes in Chrome don't really meaningfully affect Google's advertising profile. And on top of that, the fact that the MV3 content blockers allow you to block on launch means that they're getting even less tracking information than they were prior. So I really don't believe that this is a thing the Chrome team is doing because Google said, hey guys, it's time to make sure our ads actually run. And I understand why it looks like that. But the Chrome team doesn't really do what is best for Google in that sense very often. The positioning of the Chrome team has always been advance the tools of the web as far as we can in order to make the web a more viable platform. Chrome doesn't exist because Google wants to own the web, Chrome exists because Google wants to focus on the web. They don't want to keep making these shitty desktop apps like Google Earth that they have to maintain forever. If they could put everything in the browser, then the world will be a better place. Chrome exists because Gmail did better than anyone expected. And their whole goal with this is to improve the browser experience in order to have it be as great a place to do real work as possible. Google doesn't win if they serve a slightly higher percentage of ads. Google wins if the internet is where we go to do things. And if we open up Chrome or Firefox or Edge or Arc or Ladybird, but we use them to go to our Google Workspaces account, we use them to go to YouTube, we use them to do all these things on the internet, which is where Google has positioned themselves, then Google still wins. Google loses money on Chrome because their goal is to push the web itself forward. And Manifest v3 is more than anything their attempt to make Chromebooks look less like virus-destroyed machines. Things like this change significantly reduce the bad vibes many have on Chrome because they see a Chromebook that a kid used just full of viruses, all Chrome extension hacks. Hell, my sister's MacBook got destroyed with hacky Chrome bullshit like this. It's very common. And the Manifest v3 efforts make lives for the existing ad blocks slightly harder in favor of making Chrome and as such the entire web much safer and more performant. And if anything, as I mentioned before, since these now block on launch, it might actually hurt the numbers that Chrome sees long-term too in terms of the ads being played. The only thing I don't see that being easy to work around here is YouTube ad blocking, which was absolutely going to be a problem with v3. I'm not sure what that story is going to look like just yet. That's going to be interesting. But I really don't think v3 is some crazy attempt to try and make the web full of ads again. It seems much more, I don't like the word noble for it, but focused on handling another PR issue that Google has with all these viruses and shit. Great question from chat. When is v3 entering into force? I believe beginning of next year is when we're going to start seeing v2 deprecation. Not positive, but that's what I recall seeing. That's the plan. And that's why we're starting to get the warning. Does Firefox have any public comms about disabling v2? Firefox said they're not going to do it. Okay, cool. Cool. I can't find a source, but oh, cool. Somebody found a source. Awesome. Thank you. For what it is worth, Firefox has confirmed they will not be disabling v2. Firefox has no plans to deprecate Manifest version 2 and will continue to support MV2 extensions for the foreseeable future. I believe the MV2 deprecation schedule for Chrome is for Chromium, right? Arc has also made a statement. We will keep Manifest v2 for as long as it's still available in Chromium. We expect to drop support in June 2025, but we may maintain it longer or be forced to drop support for it sooner, depending on the precise nature of the changes in the code. In June 2025 is the date that Google plans to completely drop v2 support. Fun. Thanks, Archie. I want to see the performance here. uBlock, where's uBlock Lite? Uploaded. One more important detail in terms of the flaws with the V3 model and the declarative way of doing things is there are a lot of sites that you're not going to be able to work around via JavaScript hacks. Something like a news site that will notice that you have an ad block running. It's going to notice now, and it's going to give you this wonderful screen where it might not have before. That's probably the biggest problem you're going to run into because, again, they would previously run JavaScript to try and hack around all of this stuff. Now they're not. Now they're just blocking the URLs outright. So for most situations, most of the time, this is going to be fine. As Gorhill says here, if you use uBlock Origin as an install and forget content blocker, Lite should be fine, but you will have to explicitly install it, which is also why we're not getting a direct update in Chrome. Interesting. I'm opening this over here. One more quick thing, because I have a feeling this is going to be more common now that there are more extensions and more options. Don't use multiple ad blockers. I've seen a lot of people do this where they have like 3 or 4 installed. Please don't do this. It's so bad. Gorilla has a whole thread showing just how bad it is and like how many performance issues can occur, how different websites can break as a result of it. It's really bad. It's really bad. There's a lot of examples of people having massive performance issues, having YouTube break, having YouTube ad blockers fail, but when they uninstall the other ad blocks and just have uBlock, it all works. Gorhill knows what he's doing. If you're not already following him, give him a follow. Keep an eye on these things. There is no better person to cover this stuff. Really cool if this page loaded. I understand Web Archive's having issues, but I just want to load the URL. Interesting that Brave has a workaround here. The following extensions are no longer supported by Chrome, but they can be installed in Brave. Click their name to download and install them. It's hilarious because they won't be on the Chrome Web Store anymore. So the solution here is to just give you a direct install. We'll see how long they're able to support that. Do I have 2 URLs copied? No. Here it is. It loaded. It just took a while. Yeah, I just heard this from you, Jacob. That's terrifying. I'll be hitting her up momentarily. I was going to be in the video or not, but I'm very curious. This is 2019 too, pre-web explosion during COVID. If at least, can I not zoom in a PDF? That's annoying. What's the number 7 that they referred to there? I'm trying to follow what this is about. Got it via HN. Oh. This is when they merged the Omnibox. Or was it the merge? No. I just don't even, like, what features would this have been different for? Is it just better at auto-completing URLs or something? I don't think this needs to be in the video. Appreciate it, but I'm going to skip that bit. Yeah. I think that's all I have here then. Yeah. I think that's all I got. How are you feeling, though? Are you staying on Chrome, or is this the push you needed to move off? Let me know in the comments. And until next time, peace, nerds. Kill. One more done. Gotta go for a bit. No worries, Gabriel. You're going to miss the one I'm about to do, though. Sad you're not going to be here for things you didn't know run JS. because I want to open that one on Linux. I'm sorry, man. The intro to the Uno2 video was cool. The rest just like kind of went on and on. Thank you for the link to the Jane thing. Oh. I have places to... I'm going to do my job quick. Give me one moment. By my job, I mean help keep this whole fucking industry afloat by making sure the right people have contact with the right people. Cool. My job is done. Sorry, I have to do my fucking job, man. How are we doing on YouTube, by the way? What the hell just happened there? Okay, I know that the YouTube studio is not the fastest site, but what the fuck? That's annoying. You help people find jobs, lol. Yes, I should have this open for it. Good call. I'm just going to go straight into filming this one. Sorry, Gabriel, you have to miss part of this, but I gotta do my job. Things you didn't know ran JS. I'm gonna change it so I don't have an abbreviation in or a tilde in the file name so I can break things. Surprising stuff that runs JS. Cool. JavaScript is the world's most popular programming language, and it runs on pretty much everything. I know what you're thinking. Yeah, it runs pretty much everything in the browser, and it runs on my Electron apps, and I hate that. What are you talking about, though? We have a lot of fun things to talk about here. Retake on that. Yeah. JavaScript is the world's most popular programming language. It runs on pretty much everything, but it usually runs in some version of a browser, be it the actual browser that you're using like Chrome or through something like Electron, you know, for your desktop apps like Spotify, Discord, and all of that. And I know, JavaScript sucks. It's making all of these things terrible. It's the reason that Spotify and Discord are so awful to use. Sure. But that's not what we're talking about today. We're not just here to showcase things that are running in browsers, because JavaScript runs in a lot of places that aren't browsers. And no, I'm not talking about Node either, but some of the letters are close. I'm talking about some... And no, I'm not talking about Node either. I'm talking about stuff that's actually going to surprise you. From game consoles to Linux. The things you can do today with JavaScript are unbelievable. Do you know what else is unbelievable? Today's sponsor. Let's hear from them really quick. Cool. So the first thing that I didn't know were in JavaScript until recently that inspired this whole video, Ubuntu, specifically GNOME. If you're not familiar, GNOME is the really popular desktop environment for Linux. It's very common in the Ubuntu world in particular. And what we are running here, actually, I should have the link open already, but I'm dumb. I'm going to retake that transition, actually. So to start things off, I want to show the example that I personally didn't know ran JS and surprised me so much that it inspired this whole video idea. That thing is GNOME. Yes, GNOME, the shell GNOME, the desktop environment that is super common in the Linux world, the thing that comes with Ubuntu by default, it's using JavaScript. And yes, I know I'm not the biggest Linux guy. I used to be, but I'm giving it an honest go right now. And to learn that GNOME is largely built on JavaScript was just so unbelievable to me. GNOME's broken up into a few parts, but GNOME shell, which is the core that everything runs through, is almost 50% JS. See that there? Read it and weep, boys. 46.5%. Nuts, right? I thought that was really cool. That was a surprise for me to learn. And the reason they chose it is they wanted a scripting language that wasn't as miserable to compile and deal with, that could be accessible to other people trying to contribute extensions to GNOME. And as a result, every single GNOME extension is written in JavaScript, which I personally think is kind of cool. Do I want to include this detail? Just a command runner. Interesting. I'm going to pass on that detail. Oh, shit. I briefly came up in this because my roommate came up in this. Okay, real talk, though. I can't run a computer that's using JavaScript for its main desktop environment and operating system. I'm going to switch this out for a real OS quick. Give me 1 sec. There we go. Now we got a real machine running a real operating system. You know, one that runs real languages like a Swift. Home sweet home. Let me make sure I don't have things open I don't want to. Kind of do. Easy to fix, though. Okay, cool. We're good. Now I have to take off the hoodie for identity theft. Keeping the hoodie on, but I'm getting these headphones off for sure. Had my fun there. Anyways, no more JavaScript in my operating system. Sadly, if I was using Windows, that would not be the case. Because believe it or not, a lot of Windows 11 is now running React Native. Let me... I can find a resource on this. A Jamin tweet at me. This is actually a funny interaction I had where my Windows Start menu was having some problems. It seemed like someone else had those issues. So a friend of the channel, Jamin, who you've probably seen me bring up a whole bunch in sponsor stuff because he's a React Native god. He's one of the ones that's helped some amount with Microsoft doing these things. I don't know how involved he's been with code, but I know he chats with a bunch of Microsoft employees about React Native stuff constantly. And believe it or not, React Native is being used for parts of the start menu, specifically the recommended section, which is, funny enough, one of the few parts that works. If you didn't know this about Microsoft, in case you're questioning Microsoft's commitment to React Native, where's the... In case you're questioning Microsoft's commitment to React Native, check out this repo. Not only are they building React Native for Windows, they're also building it for Mac because they're real committed to using it in desktop applications. Microsoft recognizes that a lot of their dev tools suck. It's not fun building native desktop apps. Even platforms like UWP didn't really make things good enough, and Microsoft has stopped pretending. That's why stuff like Windows Subsystem for Linux has gotten as good as it has. That's also why React Native for Windows exists and is getting good fast, because they're dogfooding it and using it for a ton of stuff. More and more of Office is starting to use React Native. The Calculator app on Windows is a fully React Native application. They're taking advantage of these tools and technologies in order to make it better for them to dev on Windows and for others as well. And if they get it all right, not only will your React Native apps work on Windows, it'll work on Mac too. So as crazy as it sounds, more and more Microsoft applications and even parts of the operating system are being moved to JavaScript and React Native. At least I'm safe on my Mac and on my PlayStation and my other consoles, right? Well, obviously the Xbox is running React Native too. I hope that's kind of obvious because React Native, Windows, Xbox, also kind of Windows. But what might surprise you is another console. I need to grab something for my DMs quick. I get too many fucking DMs. I get way too many DMs. Yay, I'm getting questions from the hackers that are trying to prove this with me. We got some fun shit coming in the near future. Cool. It's kind of a poorly kept secret, but the PlayStation 5 uses React Native too. And not just a little bit of it. Most of the PlayStation 5's operating system and shell are written in React Native, and they're doing really, really cool stuff. I can't go full in depth on this video, but if you want a video dedicated to how the PlayStation specifically uses JS and React Native for its whole OS, let me know. I'm deep in the process of reverse engineering this with a couple people from the PlayStation jailbreak community, and we're already finding a ton of JavaScript bundles and binaries that are being used to run React Native on the PlayStation for basically the entire operating system. There is some really, really cool stuff here that I am super excited to talk about, so let me know in the comments if you're ready for that video too. I see people mentioning that technically Nintendo Switch also uses HTML for parts of the OS. Kind of. The Wii was much bigger with this. Fun fact on the Wii. I said Wii, not will. Fun fact about the Wii settings menu, like for system settings, it was actually just an HTML page, and someone preserved it. So you can open the Wii settings on any computer, and it's the exact same Wii settings page, which I just love. Technically not JavaScript because it's just HTML, but Yeah, the history of using web technologies to make it easier to build things for consoles is long running. And the same way the Wii used to run HTML for its settings menu, the PlayStation uses React Native for everything. But our games are safe, right? Maybe the OS is using a whole bunch of JavaScript, but our games aren't going to be hit with this impurity, especially from game engine authors, people who are building things like Frostbite, Unreal Engine, or Unity. There's no way they're going to use JavaScript. I got some bad news for y'all. Let me grab this link. This is a fun one. This is a question: who uses MobX? MobX is a state management library for React. And there's an interesting reply in here. An employee from DICE, the Electronic Arts Studio, commented, most of the UI in Battlefield 1 is created in TypeScript with a React custom renderer. We started using MobX for state about 2 years ago. The project size is about 1,000 React components with 644 observables, 621 actions, and 598 computed values with 729 observers. It's closed source, but you can see it if you play the game. Yeah. The UI layer in Battlefield is entirely built in React as well. There's a lot of reasons for this one. I'll be honest, the biggest one is because Frostbite kind of sucks and there is no menu system built in the game engine. Hell, there's no asset loading system built in the game engine. You have to roll everything yourself. But they built their own rasterization and rendering engine in order to put UI on top of the game engine, and they just use React because it's easier than building their own system for it. But yeah, there are whole games that have their entire UI layer built in JS, but not the game. Games themselves are hopefully pure, even if their UIs and the tracking of the bullets is JavaScript, right? 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 If you guys don't know Vampire Survivors, it's one of my all-time favorite indie games. I'm going to mute the tab ahead of time just in case. Hopefully it won't make sound, but in case it does. Okay, it did. Cool. Tab muted. This is unironically one of my favorite games. And usually it's not played on the browser. Usually it's played on home consoles or through the Steam version. I adore this game. And when I learned it was JavaScript based, I was blown away because some of the combat and some of the scenes you end up in can get absurd, would be putting it lightly. The performance hell that this game offers is kind of hilarious. And to know that this is all written with Phaser in JS is insane. That said, there's no way you're going to get a game like this to run well on something like, I don't know, the Switch, if the whole thing is JS based, because you just don't have enough CPU. So the way they solved that is absolutely hilarious. They solved it by hiring a team of C++ devs to port the entire game feature for feature to consoles. But the lead dev still builds it in JavaScript in the browser. So he works on it here in the browser version, gets features exactly where he wants them, gets the game in a state that he's happy with, and then passes it off to the native team to go port it to the C++ version. And that poor C++ team has to port all these weird floating point behaviors that exist in JS in order to make the game feel as close as possible on the native console version as it feels in the WebJS version. It's nuts. There's a whole documentary about how this game is made. There's a whole documentary about this game from NoClip, who is the best video game documentarian ever. Highly recommend checking this out if you want more about the crazy history of this particular game, because it's nuts. It's so cool. And learning that it ran JavaScript and learning the history of where it came from, easy watch, super simple recommendation. Check it out. Yeah. So I guess in the end, you can't be pure of JS. And even though I'm wearing my Primeagen JS Sucks hoodie, I can't escape it. I'd have to give up Linux and Ubuntu. I'd have to give up some of my favorite games. I'd have to give up some of my least favorite games from DICE. I'd have to give up using Windows almost entirely. I'd have to give up so much. Hell, I'd even have to give up VR nowadays too. But if you accept that JavaScript is a good way to build a lot of different things, life might be a little bit better. And no, I'm not trying to defend Electron, but let me know if I should do that in the future because I have a lot to say. Until next time, peace, nerds. Keel. One more done. Good job, boys. Ours doesn't use JS until I install GNOME, which I would install. Ooh. This looks actually very interesting to me. Pocket, can you go away? And by the way, there's a whole GDC talk about how by the way, this just got linked in chat. There's a whole talk on how you can build UI for AAA games with HTML and JS. Obviously, Electronic Arts are the ones who gave this presentation because they also built the UI for SimCity and the SimCity expansion of recent in JS and HTML as well. So this isn't a thing they just did once. EA is pretty deep on using JavaScript and React in order to build better UIs in games without having to hire specialized game UI teams building custom tools for fucking everything. This is really cool. And one more quick thing. This one I've been deep on research for a while. Technically, it's not JavaScript, but it is still React, so it gets an honorable mention. React Lua, which is a fork of a version that was built by Roblox originally called Roact. Roact was an attempt at porting React to Lua so that the patterns and what paradigms we had for building good UIs could be built in Lua for Roblox. Yes, they ported all of React to Roblox. Roact was barely a port. It was a shitty attempt at re-implementing the API. React Lua was a from-the-ground rewrite where they went line by line through the React code base and changed all the 0 indexes to 1s and fixed all the things they could in order to try and get React fully ported to Lua. Kind of insane. Technically not JavaScript, although they did write some tools to auto-port JavaScript code to Lua. Just thought it was worth mentioning because React has been coming up a whole bunch, but technically Roblox is JavaScript free, but it's still not React free. Actually, I should keep that link to that talk up because that's a cool one. And I'll put that in the description. Cool. Nice. Yo, Ronan, Gift and Hacksaw, appreciate that. Thank you so much. And Pineapple Gong with the resub, always good to see you. Surgical with the Prime as well, appreciate that a ton. Suna with the 6 months, thank you so much. Think I got you, Polymathic, regardless, appreciate the bits. And the resub. I think I got all y'all, just making sure. So I have been very, very slowly working on a game in JavaScript. I'm saving both of these. This is for embedding in actual game engines by the looks of it. Still really cool. Happy that my terrible hours benefit some people. Good to see you, pleb. Just this guy's work, not games using JS. It's under who am I? No, it's I know that it is because I know SimCity uses JavaScript. Oh, CEF. Oh, yeah, that's what I knew CEF for. OBS, yeah. Oh, by the way, guys, if you want to know what has actually changed for me since starting to use Linux, I got tired of Command Tab. I genuinely started to miss workspaces, but I hate them. I hate them in macOS because no matter what you do, you have an animation to switch between them. So what I'm doing instead, taking all the apps I use the most and giving them custom hotkeys to switch straight to them. So now I can switch to my editor, which has to open probably. Cool. Go away. So now I can switch between my editor, my browser, my terminal, and my Notion, just pressing these 4 different keys, which is very nice. I've been avoiding doing that for a while, but I'm happy. Tweaking the animations kind of was a thing before. It's gotten much worse now with system integrity protection. I hate Alt-Tab. I hate this extension because it breaks how Alt-Tab's supposed to work. I like the way it works in Mac, where you can use Command-Tab to switch between apps, and then you use Command-tilde to switch between instances of the app. But I usually have one instance of every app. This is for dock animation, so I don't think this affects the other ones. And I like some of them. Like, I like this flyout one. I just don't like when you're switching between workspaces. Yeah, I know about all of these. There's always interesting tiling window managers on macOS. I just haven't caved. Oh, shit. Thanks for stopping by, Barracuda. Happy that somebody pre-mustache. You know what? I'm going to do a poll because I'm curious. Did you start watching pre or post stash? I am very curious about this poll. Pre-stash, post-haircut. Oh, I should have done pre-haircut. Yeah, you have to be OG as fucks, or as fuck to have pre-haircut. I think I had 5 people watching live pre-haircut. Plan is good old raggedy ass COVID hair. Good days. Yeah, Jacob was one of those like 10. I think Amethyst was the one I used to use. So the thing is, I don't really need tilings. I just have everything full screen. It's more switching between shit that I care about. Cleaner split here than I expected. Oh, Liam Payne passed away? Is that who made Amethyst? Oh, no. No idea. Oh, a One Direction person. Damn. That sucks. Yeah, there's a weird number of like young stars falling from buildings. This is how DJ Mehdi passed away. He was one of my favorites. It's also how Felipe Starr passed away. He's a bit older. But yeah, that happens a lot. It sucks. How do I add shortcuts to specific apps? In settings for Supermaven, or not Supermaven, for Raycast, you have under extensions, applications, and you can set hotkeys to specific applications. I did not talk about Next yet. I'm excited to do this Next speculation, though. Speculating on what Next has coming up. It's going to be fun. Interesting. I might give aerospace a shot. At the very least, I'll give it a star and a bookmark to investigate later. I need to do the state of auth one. God, I have... My deck amp history is obnoxious. I am on, I think it's the SU2 right now. It's one of the older SMSL units that has XLR out, because I want the XLR out for, like, speakers. And I also have the original THX mass drop amp, because it's fucking filthy for the money. It's way better than it has any right to be. I think I'm ready to go with this one. We're doing it. Minecraft is a game that is really near and dear to my heart. Not just because I played it a whole bunch, but because it's a huge part... Minecraft's a game that's near and dear to my heart. Not just because I played it a whole bunch as a kid, but because it kickstarted my journey as a software developer. I honestly don't know if I would be here if it wasn't for all the time I spent hosting Minecraft servers, building plugins, and just playing around with it back when I was in high school. It kickstarted my journey that led to me here. It kickstarted the journey that led to me making... It was the start of me doing server hosting, web development, talking about software dev, actually starting to like it. It helped me get my job at Twitch. It helped me get good at talking about this stuff, and it certainly helped get me here. I don't like any of that. Retake on this whole intro. Minecraft is a game that is near and dear to my heart. I honestly don't know if I'd even be a dev if it wasn't for the time I spent hosting servers and playing around with Minecraft back when I was in high school. I certainly wouldn't have ended up working at Twitch. But we're not talking about my history with Minecraft today as much as I would love to. We're talking about some more detailed... We're not talking about my history with Minecraft today as much as I would like to. We're talking about how bad Minecraft's performance is. Retake. We're not talking about Minecraft... We're not talking about my history with Minecraft today. We have something much more interesting to cover. What if Minecraft wasn't so slow? And no, I don't mean the Bedrock rewrite Microsoft did in C++. That thing's a mess. I'm a bit of a Bedrock defender, but I recognize it. Not only is it not better performance-wise, it's also riddled with bugs and weird behaviors, and it's not the same game. We're talking about the Java version of Minecraft, today we're talking about the Java version of Minecraft and the hosting of Java Minecraft servers, because it's not great. I'm surprised because I remember back in the day, all the things we were trying to do to optimize Minecraft server hosting. I thought it would be better by now, but it's just gotten worse. There's many new server clients you can use to host Minecraft servers, many of which are open source, Almost all of them are written in Java, though, and as such, the things they offer are more APIs and plugins and less performance and hosting wins. Until now, because I just learned about a really fun new project named Pumpkin. And man, the numbers, they're kind of nuts. We're talking about a reduction from 2 gigs of RAM and 24% CPU usage with 10 players to 27 megabytes of RAM and 1.5% CPU usage. There's almost a 100x reduction in memory usage and a 20x reduction in CPU usage in a lot of these scenarios. But there's also some catches. But there are some gotchas. Of course, to get there, you're not doing this in Java. This is a Rust rewrite, which is really cool. But there are some gotchas. This whole project's really cool, and I can't wait to tell you guys more about it right after a word from today's sponsor. In Phase, I'm going to leave the me version in this in case we rush this one out. Also, to have it for the other videos I filmed today, because I think some of those are going to need it. Me. Okay, I've been doing more of these breaking news videos, and as full as our sponsor pipeline is, we need a couple people to break. Me. Today's sponsor, me. Okay, I'm not paying me. Technically, I'm paying me, but we do need some more sponsors for the channel. We're doing great overall, but our goal is to have one for every video, especially these breaking news ones. And if you're interested in sponsoring the channel and being involved, so if you're interested in possibly having your ads shown to hundreds of thousands of talented Senior Plus developers, let me know. You can hit me up at YouTube at t3.gg. Anyways. So we need to dive into the catches because this just sounds too good to be true. The first thing that we should acknowledge is that this is not the first time. Someone sent me this beautiful website, days since last Rust Minecraft server. It has been 37 days since the last release of a Minecraft server software written in Rust, which was FermC, which I haven't even had a chance to look at yet. FermC is another high-performant Minecraft server implementation created in Rust for unparalleled speed and efficiency. Apparently, they're going through a rewrite of it right now. It's highly efficient. They're showing crazy usage here. It can import existing worlds from vanilla. This one seems further along than I would have expected. No, yeah. But as mentioned, this isn't the only one. We've had a couple. We've had a number of them. The first was Feather in 2019. Then we had MCH PRS in June. Soon after, Graphite followed. Then Valence not long after. Then we had almost 2-year break before Hyperion dropped. This one's still being maintained. Oh, look at that. Still getting commits an hour ago. They're still working on it. That's really good to see. And here they have a list of all the features that are supported. There's a couple that are missing from all of these, some of which are easy to implement, many of which are not. But we're not talking about these ones today. We're talking about the one I am most excited about right now, which is Pumpkin. Pumpkin is a Minecraft server built entirely in Rust, which offers a fast, efficient, and customizable experience. It prioritizes performance and player enjoyment while adhering to the core mechanics of the game. There are things they're explicitly not trying to do, though, which is going to make it a huge turnoff for a lot of people watching. But for me, it's honestly kind of exciting. Obviously, they say what they are trying to do, security, compatibility, performance, whatnot. The important piece is here what they will not do. They have no intentions to be compatible with plugins or mods for other servers, so don't expect your old Craft Bucket plugins or your Fabric stuff to work here. Also, their goal is to make... They also explicitly don't want this to be the base point for someone else to go make their own framework for building Minecraft servers from. This isn't meant to be a starting point for you to go build your own version of CraftBucket. It's meant to be its own all-in-one thing. Here's the list of features they are and aren't supporting. I am surprised how far they've gotten along here. The biggest missing thing for sure is world borders and world saving are both missing. Kind of a big deal. Another fun one that's missing that came up because the dev was answering comments on HN, which is admittedly how I found about this. Here are the replies from the dev that I thought interesting. The performance differences, or this is a question, or this is some feedback that the dev responded to I thought was really interesting. Performance differences look impressive from the benchmarks. I do notice that world gen and saving is missing though, and these tend to be pretty expensive operations. Chunk gen especially can bring a weaker VPS to its knees. I'm sure the benchmarks were taken at an idle state, but I'd be curious to see how it compares once those features are included. Also, an important detail here, this is the one I thought was really fun. Light recalculation. The way lighting works in Minecraft is server side. The replies from Alex are fun here. I'm impressed with the benchmarks myself. Block placing and breaking is already supported, but light currently isn't, so everything is dark. We're working on it. We want to add all the cool features like scoreboards and teams, and we already have an API which is similar to use like Brigadier for our commands. We'd like to give players on low-end hardware the possibility to host servers. I think I may test Pumpkin on a Raspberry Pi or something one day. Very exciting stuff. The lighting thing is hilarious, though, that the lighting for blocks and knowing which light to apply to which blocks is a thing the server does. So when you make changes to the world, like moving blocks, that has to be recalculated, and the Rust implementation is not doing that yet. It is also worth noting that the actual Minecraft server standard isn't an open thing. We don't have the source code for the official Java Minecraft server. We've been reverse engineering it now for over a decade. So the effort going on here is a best faith attempt at recreating the API, largely based on the recreations others have made in Java in order to try and get every feature and every API request response that the Minecraft server expects handled much more efficiently. Interesting. That's for Ferrum. I was reading the wrong one. My bad. I kind of want to run it locally, but I'm lazy, so I'm not going to. Fuck it. I want to too badly. I have Rust set up. I might as well, right? Do I have Minecraft on here already? I do. Do I have to upgrade my Rust version? Jesus Christ, Mojang. Cool. Oh, apparently Paper patches the official Minecraft jar. Today I learned. Rust up update. Also, I'm going to update my notes here. Make sure it's editors notes. Include more section with EA game presentation plus Roblox stuff. My Rust binary is a bit rusty. It's probably from when Prime tried to teach me Rust way back. Too much shit going on, Jesus Christ. Cool, server's up. I think I have to make a flat... Oh, it's made a flat world. I don't want to port a world, but I do want to try this. Cool. After phase cut to here. After a quick update of Rust locally, this is actually surprisingly easy to run. If you have Rust set up and on a somewhat recent version, it's literally as simple as cloning the repo and then cargo run -- release. Also spun up decently fast. I'm excited to give this a shot, though. Open it up. Let me sign into Minecraft. It's going to take me longer to get into my Minecraft account than like anything else I've done for this. Cool. Let's get Java Edition. Does it say which version of Minecraft it's running? Latest Minecraft server version. Cool. So I should just be able to install the latest release and hit play. Why is Minecraft less stable than the why is Minecraft itself less stable than the Rust-based rewrite of the server? Why is launching Minecraft the hard part? Tisk tisk. Multiplayer, add server. Done. I want to see activity monitor quick. Can I not make it smaller than that? That's annoying. I wish I could play on a different computer more easily so I could just see it hosting and see what the performance is like without Minecraft itself eating so much of my like usage. But we can see here, Pumpkin using 200 megs of RAM. Oh no. It's actually not that bad considering everything is doing. I wonder if I close the game. Oh no, I closed the server accidentally. That's going to kill the game. Disconnected. At least I'm disconnected now. So now if I check utilization, can I find Pumpkin again? Cool, yeah. When I'm not in the server, it's using 4 megs of RAM. 0% CPU. Let's connect and see how it bumps. 0.01% CPU. It's working so hard. Okay, it spikes when it's doing the gen steps. There's definitely a bit of lag, some of the gen. But then it drops right back down. And if I leave, yeah, it goes to nothing. I think I actually went there before I left. You can see the lighting issues, though, because as they mentioned, it doesn't know how to light stuff. Fuck, I forgot the hotkey to start flying again. I haven't played creative in so long. Yeah, so you can see how broken the lighting is because lighting is hard. But it works. And its resource utilization is kind of insane. It's survival. It wasn't survival. I was flying initially. It's... no. Function F. Nope. Function F3N. Of that. Flights command, no, nice try. Okay, yeah, just needed to switch to creative. Yeah. Minus the lighting being entirely broken, I'm impressed. Like, it's running and it's running well. Its usage of RAM is hilariously low. I'm so used to spinning up like 8 gigs of RAM or more for a Minecraft server with any actual usage in it, especially once you get plugins and shit involved. The fact that idle it's using nothing is insane. I've never seen a Minecraft server idle with so little resources. This is legit. I'm actually very excited to see where things end up with this project. Man, the efforts to reverse engineer Minecraft are nuts. There's this page that is the protocol for the Minecraft Java edition, which is their best attempt to reverse engineer everything the server does and everything the client asks for. See how many points there are in this? They have to re-implement all of this shit, from the data types that are going to be used in these to the various different actual like request types that exist. Like set block destroy stage, because blocks are destroyed in multiple stages. Block updates, boss bars, change difficulty calls. Like all of these things are different functionalities that the server has to re-implement. It's kind of nuts. It's kind of insane. Interesting comment in chat. Microsoft isn't going to care. The C++ rewrite they use is light years ahead of Java Edition. No. No, it is not. No. As someone who's played a lot of Bedrock Edition, this is actually delusion. I wish that was the case, but it is not the case. One thing I have heard is particularly rough with these rewrites, and as far as I know, none of them have figured it out, is Redstone and the program command block. The idea that, if you didn't know this, you can basically write code in Minecraft by using logic gates and all of these crazy things with Redstone. When you're running Minecraft on a server, the server needs to do all of those things. If you didn't already know about how Minecraft runs, even in single player, it's technically a server. The single player instance used to be its own fully separate thing, but at some point, I think it was when they went from alpha to beta, it might have been a little after that, they made a change where Minecraft always runs in server mode. So when you play single player, it's effectively spinning up a server just for you on your device that you're playing within, which means that the Minecraft server is what runs all of this logic. All of the Redstone behaviors and commands are running on the server binary, which means they have to be re-implemented when you do this re-implementation. Thank you, chat, for the clarification. 1.3 is the version where that happened. Multi-threaded Minecraft server built for Redstone. Interesting. There's one of these high-performance servers for Minecraft is actually built specifically for Redstone. Each 256 by 256 plot runs on a separate thread, which allows for less lag, more concurrency, and many awesome extra features. This is nuts. So, just for context, for those who aren't familiar with how crazy the things are that people make in Minecraft, here is somebody who rebuilt the entirety of Pokemon Red and Blue in Minecraft using Redstone. So re-implemented the entire cartridge and the Game Boy so that you could play Pokemon in Minecraft. God, the fucking... This deserves a video of its own, but just like the amount of command blocks in Redstone it took, like it breaks rasterization and rendering in the game. This is all of the code that runs the game. All command blocks. Yeah, this is actually insane. Apparently, according to chat, someone made Minecraft in Minecraft using this project. You have my curiosity. Was it this one or this one? I'm assuming it's this one. First one, cool. You have my curiosity. I just realized I have my stuff set up in a way where I can't see the audio. Hopefully levels are reasonable there. One day we'll have Minecraft in Minecraft. You're gonna need some upgrades. Yeah, he's running a crappy system. This is the machine he built to run Minecraft. Oh boy. Oh god, it's getting worse. Hardware acceleration units. Oh man, this is something else. Objectively inferior controller. Give me my Xbox controller. Why is the music so loud? Holy shit. It actually kind of works. Leaves drop saplings. Crafting grid. Jesus Christ. He actually did it. I was looking for more details on how here. Is there a GitHub? The world download. Yeah, the MCPHRS. Yeah. It makes a lot of sense that you need something that runs the Redstone faster in order for this to be possible. While all this Redstone can run on vanilla Minecraft, it would run at a frame every few days. And hence, in order to make it playable, a server called MCHPRS, which is the Minecraft High Performance Redstone server, is used to speed up the game to over 10,000x normal speed. Art. Beauty. You should be proud of what you've done here, Sammy. It is chaotic and terrible, and I absolutely love that it exists. So yeah, Rust rewrites of Minecraft are a thing, and I guess my previous statement that Redstone is something that they struggle with was wrong. I will honor that by clicking star here. Insane. I haven't seen Mindstone. Are there benchmarks? That site looks suspiciously familiar. Interesting. Interesting. Oh, it's VeetPress. Okay, apparently VeetPress just always looks like this. That makes sense. Okay, so is there a Mindstorm benchmark somewhere? The Pumpkin site has them, I think. Yeah. Cool. So for comparison, also, by the way, Mindstorm is rewritten in Kotlin, which is really cool because Kotlin is a JVM language, but it sucks way less. And the benchmark here is a lot better, where they're using 9% of the CPU and only 400 megs of RAM. But again, if we compare that to what they're seeing with Pumpkin, 27 megs of RAM, 1.5% CPU. Mindstorm isn't Kotlin? Why does it say that then? Huh. Interesting. Like I said, that is just a wrong detail. I might have to file a PR and fix that. Interesting. I had no idea the world of Minecraft servers had gotten this far. It's really cool. It's awesome to see that things have gotten to this level. Annoying because now when you're trying to find plugins, it kind of sucks because you have to bounce between like 15 different things. But still nuts. I'm impressed. I really am. Seems like Minecraft server hosting is in a bit of a renaissance. Enough so to make a funny website like this, but also enough so to be excited again. I'm curious how you guys are feeling. Are you as excited as I am about the future of Minecraft servers, or do you just want the game to work and don't really care about your memory usage? Let me know in the comments. And until next time, peace nerds. Cool. One more done. I have to make the marker to end because I forgot to. Marker end Minecraft Rust. Yo, Nightmare with the resub. Thank you so much for that. You just use transmission. That's the one. Cubitorns, eh. Oh, shit. Good to have you again, Igor. Yeah, I kind of want to make a short about this. I'm inspired. Question from someone that's starting programming hobby career. I have knowledge in JS and I'm looking into Solid Start, TanStack, and Next as frameworks to start learning. Can you give me your opinion on which of those frameworks are better to start with? Oh boy. I get questions like this a lot, and my take's a little bit spicy. Pick what's popular. And if you don't like what's popular, pick what you like. It's really kind of simple. If you're not deep enough to know what the right solution is, the popular one's popular for a reason. It might not be perfect, it might not solve every problem, but it works because it wouldn't be popular if it didn't. And if you end up not liking it and seeing things in other solutions you do like, awesome. Switch to those when you get there. But don't spend all your time trying to decide between things you don't understand. Pick the popular thing and then make different decisions when you have a reason to. I hate seeing so many people get stuck at this step. Just pick the popular one. Or honestly, in the end, it doesn't really matter that much which you pick. And if you can't decide, just pick the popular thing. Who cares? Cool. What's this fucking... He got banned on YouTube and now he's here. Beat me to it. Thank you. I already have this in a potential video here. State of auth. Lots of options here. Short. Just pick the popular thing. Or channel short. Cool. Interesting. Just Notion. I did not see this. Very interesting. Why does this... Like... That's what, like, you have to be subbed. So he's subbing, waiting 5 minutes, and then doing it. It's impressive. It's like effort. Oh, shit. 2 people subbed too close to each other, so a hype train is about to start. Thank you, Nidex, for the 28 months of tier 3. Fucking legend here. And Pseudo Dreamy, 9 months in as well. Just use Cloudflare with the custom rules. Like, are you still getting DDoSed after that? I can't imagine, like, you're getting hit that hard when you have all that up. This stuff is, like, it'll block normal traffic at that point. You're still getting DDoSed? Yeah, are you sure it's actually, like, intentionally harmful traffic? Because that's, like, you got someone dedicated to ruining your life at that point. Just kind of fucking insane. Like, do you really have nothing better to do? You want a chat filter? I should probably set that up. Yeah, if you can just do it for me, I'd appreciate it, Aiden. I got filming to do. I was going to not open YouTube chat for the interim. Yeah, the host IP thing sounds likely. Are people finding the actual IP address and just skipping the Cloudflare check entirely? That's what I would be looking out for. Yeah, I don't get it at all. Just, they want to feel important. That's what I really want to do. These two I want to get done already. I've been sitting on them for too long. This is like semi-high priority just because I need to get it out pre-NextConf. Yeah, YouTube's admin tools are absolute fucking garbage. Oh shit, you're gonna be there, Dak? Good stuff. Excited to see y'all here, or all at NextConf. Gonna be fun. Oh shit, Fossabot's doing its thing now. Thank you, Aiden. If you multiplex the chats, you can get banned from Twitch. pumped that you're liking Zustand. It's a phenomenal library. Best YouTube features the banned chatters list. Oh, yeah, you should not have. It's going to be lit this year. I'm so hyped for it. That's hilarious. People think YC is a general direction. It doesn't. They're just investing in people they think are likely to have billion-dollar companies in the future. It's really that simple. And a YouTuber who built something in 2 weeks that people seem to want is a good bet to make if you're trying to invest in things that have a likelihood of like turning around a billion-dollar company. And it's not like they're betting on you because they think you have a 10% chance. It's they think you have a between a 0.05% chance and a 1% chance. And if you make that bet enough times, you end up making a lot of money. And they had a higher percentage chance than most random people who are applying. And I would have let them in too, personally. If I had removed my own biases as a YouTuber and everything, I absolutely would have let Frying Pan and crew in based on what info that they had. I think they have a good chance of succeeding. I don't particularly fault them. I think the whole thing is massively overblown, and that's why I didn't do a video on it, because all my video on it would do is piss people off because I don't think it's a big deal. So I don't cover it. There's also a fun issue there where people don't understand what early stage actually is. And the comment that made me realize how brain rotted people were was when I think Frying Pan said something along the lines of like that he chat GPT'd the license for the product. And someone replied with, "You're a YC funded company and you don't have a legal team? Come on, man. Do you fucking know what early stage is? I don't have a legal team. We raised a lot of money. I don't have a fucking legal team. That's not how this shit works. When you're a 2-person thing that started a month ago, you don't have a legal team yet. You don't have employees yet. You don't have anything yet. You barely have your business incorporated. Delusion. It's insane. It's just, yeah, this is why I didn't cover it, because the conversation needs to be had has almost nothing to do with open source or YC. It's people not understanding early stage companies and not understanding the reasons that early stage investments make sense. Yeah. Anyways, that's going to be an old VOD. Just wanted to see my stats quick before we get started on the next thing. Cool. I want to do this one. I saw some things that I want to grab the links for. I think I put them in research. I did not. That is fine. Can you turn on word wrap on GitHub? Refined GitHub. What is this? This a browser extension that fixes GitHub? I've wanted this forever. Okay. Easiest install of my life. Let me do this part. Okay, already liking the difference here. Oh, okay. I should have installed this forever ago. We'll see how I feel about this after using it for a bit, but it's good vibe so far. I wanted to have like a rough idea before going too deep on this. There are no replies here. Rip. I think Guillermo tweeted something about dynamic IO at some point, right? Not crazy. I don't think Lerop has a video on the dynamic IO stuff. I think that's still too early that they would have. Cool. I think I have all the parts I need here. Oh shit, you have a timestamp for me. Interesting. If he brings up the dynamic IO stuff, it's going to make my life a lot easier.
Put the right signals, heuristics in Next.js such that it can figure that out for you. I did await fetch. Like, I probably want that to be dynamic. So one of the things we're working on, this is extremely experimental. It will probably not work if you try it out. So just Go with me on a journey here. I'm trying to explain the rationale, but this is still very early. We have an experimental flag for a thing called dynamic IO. And the name kind of implies what it sounds like. Dynamic IO, input output, should make the application dynamic. And for good measure, while we're here, I'm going to turn on PPR as well. So let's go run another build. We'll go back to here. I'm not going to change anything in my code. I'm just going to have this. And you're going to notice, whoa, we got some build errors. Now, again, this is experimental. We're going to clean all this stuff up. But basically, the gist of what it's saying is, hey, you did some dynamic stuff that was not cached, and you also didn't use a suspense boundary. So which way, Western man? Like, what do you want to do here? Do you want this to be cached, or do you want it to be dynamic? And you kind of got to think about that choice. I could, for example, say, you know what? Rather than do this, I want to have suspense, and we're going to call time. And we could say there's, maybe in this instance, we'll just do fallback null. We could do this. And then also, just to make this build pass and just to show what it looks like, we also have this page completely unrelated to the demo that I'm showing, but just to show you, you could also do loading.tsx.
I knew the loading thing.
And do export const or export default function. I can't type.
Did anybody who watched this whole thing know, did he bring up use cache at all?
Export default function. God. Yeah, return loading. Oh my gosh. So you could also do that. Doesn't really matter for this demo because we're not even using that page. But now let me run this again. In the build should pass, I think, hopefully. We've given Next.js the signals like, hey, you said, by the way, when we're doing the pre-rendering of the page, because remember with partial pre-rendering, Next.js is going to try to pre-render up to the suspense boundaries. So it hits the suspense boundary and it's like, wait.
So, okay, he does bring up, so he beats me to revealing use cache? Fuck. I mean, it's his job, but still.
You said that this thing inside of there was dynamic code, right? So now when I reload the page, I'm getting fresh dates on every time. And it might be completely not dazzling of a demo. It's like, yeah, Lee, that's how I expected it to work. It's taken a while for us to kind of figure out the right heuristics and dynamic code. There's, more stuff coming here, of course. I can just, kind of put some, I can kind of put some cliffhangers here or some foreshadowing. I can just drop a, use cache. And maybe that'll do something. I don't know. Will this do anything? I don't know. Let's find out.
He's dropping the hints.
So let's say, for example, I didn't want this to be dynamic.
I know what it's going to do, but oh boy.
And I actually did want to cache this. You might have seen a function that looked like unstable cache previously. And what we're trying to do next is figure out a better version of this. So now you notice when I reload, it's cached. Reload as much as I want. This is unstable cache on steroids. This is, again, super experimental, super early, not ready to be dog-fooded, not ready for anything. But I just want you to know we're really thinking about this. We'll have more to share soon on how we make this experience better. But I'm getting really excited about the model that we're heading towards with Next.js. I'm sure there's going to be like a billion jokes about use cache, just another one of the use things. But yeah, that's just a little bit more context kind of on where we're headed. Hopefully that answers this. Let's see what the chat says. How is loading TSX different from a normal suspense?
Okay, so I need the
not
on
ready
steroids
to be dog fooded,
comment.
not ready for anything. But I just want you to know we're really thinking about this. We'll have more to share soon on how we make this experience better. But I'm getting really excited about the model that we're heading towards with Next.js. I'm sure there's going to be like a billion jokes. I want to cache this. You might have seen a function that looked like unstable cache.
Editors, notes, use the unstable cache on steroids line from this at 105.06. Cool. I think that's what I needed. Why the fuck are you like this? I love YouTube taking forever to actually like hide it. I banned him. It's just that he spammed so much that it takes a while. Of course, Face, trying to make your life easier where I can. Think I have enough to dive in here. Huh. Cool. Yeah. There's a big new in case you haven't been keeping up, Next.js is... You might have noticed things have been pretty quiet on the Next.js front for a while now. Instead of getting new features every few weeks, there's been nothing. This is a very... The lack of communication doesn't mean they're not working on things, though. In fact, quite the opposite. From my lurking of the Vercel GitHub... retake on this whole thing. You might have noticed that the Next.js team's been a bit quiet lately, and that's not like them. Normally, we're hearing about new features and things being worked on constantly to the point where it's almost annoying. But since NextConf last year, things have been almost silent. What's going on? Is there something... what's going on? Is Next dead? Quite the opposite, actually. They're in the middle of making some really awesome big changes, and they're making sure they get them right before they share. Normally, I would be... back in the day, I'd be part of that camp, hearing about these things, talking with them internally about it, and trying to figure out how to pitch it to y'all as best as possible. But in case you missed the news from a couple months ago, but in case you missed the news from last month, Vercel and I broke up. We no longer have a formal working relationship. I'm still a customer, I'm still a Next.js dev, but they have no control over anything I say, do, look into, or talk about. So while in the past, I might not have been able to dig into the GitHub to try and spoil features for y'all, that's not the case today. I have free reign to do whatever I want, and there's some really interesting stuff going on that I want to talk about. But since Vercel's not sponsoring the channel, we do still need to make some money, so let's hear a quick word from today's sponsor. What's on that careers page, actually? I'm curious. Somebody dropped this link. Open positions. You're not going to find too much in here, I don't think. DX, they have like one DX engineer for next position. There often are Twitch DevRel positions open. They've actually struggled a lot hiring in managing the Twitch DevRel team. It's been a whole thing. Cool. Back to the post ad read intro. So Next 15 is coming, and as cool as it is in terms of fixing a bunch of stuff around the developer experience for App Router, it's not going to... So Next 15 and NextConf are coming up real soon, and there's a lot of stuff that's going to be shipped as the main experience with 15, most of which we've talked about before, from TurboPack to the React compiler. Cool stuff. But it doesn't address the biggest issue I and many others have with Next right now. Caching. The state of caching in Next is... bad would be putting it lightly. There's just too much layering and nowhere near enough insight on how the caching works. I think it's fair to say the situation kind of sucks. Between React cache, unstable cache, page counting, between React cache, the Next unstable cache, the headers caching layer, as well as the database and Redis and other solutions you might bring in KV, whatnot. There are so many layers to the caching that it's easy to get confused and kind of lost. And I've seen so many people unsure of which to use, if any at all. They often result in things that either use way too much compute and are doing stuff they shouldn't, or things that are constantly out of date. Finding this balance sucks. And if anyone knows that, it's the Next team. They've been working really hard at trying to figure out how to do this right. I'm gonna get the GitHub open. There's release is cool. If you're curious how I know they're working hard, it's pretty easy. Release tab on GitHub. This tab shows all the canaries they're cutting and all the things that change between them. So if you just scroll around, you can see what they're working on. They fixed wait until and edge runtime sandboxes. They fixed mark revalidate, did some stuff here with dynamic IO. Wait, use cache, dynamic IO. What's going on here? Use cache as a string, add support for use cache in route handlers. Oh boy. I was really excited to be the one to leak use cache to the world, but I got beaten. Earlier today, good friend of the channel, Lee Robb, went live to show off some things going on in the new Next.js release candidate. And he showed something I did not expect him to show. I'm just going to play this clip from him so y'all can see what I saw.
Foreshadowing, I can just drop a use cache. Maybe that'll do something. I don't know. Will this do anything? I don't know. Let's find out. So let's say, for example, I didn't want this to be dynamic, and I actually did want to cache this. You might have seen a function that looked like unstable cache previously. And what we're trying to do next is figure out a better version of this. So now you notice when I reload, it's cached. Reload as much as I want. This is unstable cache on steroids. This is, again, super experimental, super early, not ready to be dog fooded, not ready for anything. But I just want you to know we're really thinking about this. We'll have more to share soon on how we make this experience better. But I'm getting really excited about the model that we're heading towards with Next.js. I'm sure there's going to be like a billion jokes about use cache. Just another one of the...
Use is here. I know that the memes are nonstop, but this is very exciting. I want to walk through what this caching looks like now, how this works, and hopefully show you guys why this new model is actually going to be really exciting. There's a decent chance this video goes out of date as soon as the announcements happen because I'm trying to reverse engineer all this stuff, but I'm pretty confident with my reverse engineering here, and I think you guys are going to like what I have to show you. First, I think it's worth looking at this demo that Guillermo posted in September. Next.js upcoming cache simplifications yield the simplest, most beautiful code. You might be thinking, you yapped about this already, so what's new? So here's the code example. We have this Pokemon list component that renders Pokemon rows that were fetched from DB with this order by random call. This code is dynamic, and we would want it to be because we would want different Pokemon to come in on each refresh. That's the point of having it be random. The demo illustrates two things. One, it has a really fast initial loading screen, and it has really fast dynamic data streamed from a typical regional database via Postgres. So if I open this, you'll see the page loads instantaneously with the empty boxes, and then the Pokemon all come in. The only slow part is loading the PNGs. But it loads the actual HTML for the page instantaneously. And you would expect there to be a lot of code here managing that. So let's look at it. Page.js. Nothing here about caching. Okay. Layout. Nothing interesting here at all. No mention of caching or fetching or even suspense. There is no suspense boundary here. There is a suspense boundary, though, because between layout and page, if page is blocking, it can throw the loading.js state in the interim. This should also be JSX, not JS. Come on, Guillermo. But here we have the loading.js, and this will create the loading state with all of those same list elements, but with nothing in them. And then once they load in, this content from the loading.js gets replaced with the page.js content, which is the exact same content, but with the actual Pokemon inside of it. So how does this work? How is it getting something static? Because if we look at the network tab, it's only going to get more confusing because what's happening is all part of this first request. I'm going to grab this content and we're going to throw it in my IDE. So here we see in the HTML that we have all of those invisible loading divs here. So that's what the HTML responded with. And then some suspense stuff where later on this gets streamed in. But the important detail is everything before here comes immediately from the CDN. And then the updated content comes in after as part of the HTTP stream. But how does it know where to do the separation? How does it know to cut off here effectively, and you can just delete everything underneath it so that it can send this complete page? How does it know what parts are dynamic and what parts are static? They have an interesting way of knowing now that I think is way simpler, and honestly, is pretty smart. They're taking advantage of one keyword that already has a lot of the behaviors that we're looking for. Await. Await is the key to figuring out what is dynamic and static. And it's actually quite genius once you realize this. It significantly reduces the complexity here. I started thinking about this because there was a change in the most recent, where is the, trying to find the thing where like headers are now async calls. You have a link to when they announced that? Oh, cool. Thank you. Legends chat. This change is what got me thinking more deeply about what's going on here. The async request APIs. If you didn't know before, you could just call cookies or headers or some of these helper functions from Next without awaiting them, because there was all data that was in the request that was hydrated through async local storage, so everything could access it effectively immediately. It's almost like they put it in local storage. This await isn't there because this is slow or because this is async. This await is effectively here as a keyword that paints this function as dynamic. As soon as the function is async and it has things in it that are awaited, the next compiler can now assume that this component has to be dynamic. Very interesting change, because previously you would have to either tell Next or they would infer it through weird things. Like the example that Guillermo had here, previously he imported headers and just called it and did nothing with it. The reason he did that was to tell the Next compiler, hey, by the way, this component's dynamic. This should change on every render. This should, every time someone loads this page, you should update it. You should send a new response. Now you don't have to throw a random call like headers or cookies in. You don't have to mark the file as export const dynamic as force dynamic. Just by it being async, they now know that this is probably dynamic. But what if it's not? What if you're reading from file system? What if you made a blog and you have to read a markdown file in order to transform it? Those aren't changing. There's going to be a lot of scenarios where the thing that you're doing async await for doesn't actually change. And that's where the use cache comes in. Use cache is effectively trying to cancel out the async here. So if you think of async as this is dynamic, it needs to be updated every time it's loaded. Use cache is, wait, take whatever this generates and throw that in the cache instead. Which means that at any point in your render tree, you can opt out of it being dynamic or opt into it being dynamic with the async call. It's actually really clever. There's now two simple ways to understand there's now two simple ways to indicate what should or shouldn't be cached. Async means that it should be dynamic, And if there is no async call, it will be static. But if you call use cache, it will now be smart enough to cache the result of that, so you don't have to throw it in a KV or deal with it your own crazy way. It just works. But if you have things you don't want to have be dynamic, but if you have things you don't want to have static, you just don't put it. So if we look at Guillermo's example, let's say we wanted it. So if we go back to Guillermo's example, I actually have the code open. Where did I put it? Did I lose it? I did. Cool. So if we wanted Guillermo's example to be static, you just put use cache here. That's it. Super nice. I'm actually very excited for this. This also makes things like partial pre-rendering way easier because it just goes until it hits an async boundary. There's a lot of good questions to ask about this. I already see chat starting to do them. I'm going to go here because I can't trust YouTube chat right now. There's some really good questions to ask about this. I already see chat asking a bunch of them. Is there a way to tell it when to invalidate the cache? I'm sure there is, but I haven't found it through my shallow digging yet. How do you make the component dynamic if there's no async calls? I think you can just mark the component async and it's fine. That said, I don't know. Because honestly, I just don't have examples of dynamic components that don't do something async. I feel like every time I have a dynamic component, it is async in some way. It's hard for me to imagine a case where that's not the case. But if we keep digging, I'm sure I can find some interesting details. I did find some fun warnings that seem to confirm my suspicions. Like in this file, the next request and use cache error file for the docs. The titles cannot access cookies or headers in use cache. So if you call use cache in a function body, like at the head to mark it, and then you do things inside of that function that are user request specific, like cookies or headers, these are specific to a given request. So if you use cache on a function that called cookies, you're now caching a result for one set of cookies for everyone, which is bad. You should not do that. If you need the cookies to figure out which user you're rendering for, you're screwed. So they give an error when you try and do that, which also, by the way, is awesome because when you're wrapping something like unstable cache, detecting these types of things is non-trivial. But if you have a simple use cache flag, it's much easier both at compile time to check, but also at runtime to detect. And they call out here exactly what I'm suspecting, which is if you're trying to read they call out exactly what I was suspecting here, which is that this is not supported because it would make the cache invalidated by every request, which is probably not what you intended. Yep. This does hint at something else really cool, though, which is automatic invalidation. You can use things like which props are passed to determine if a cache is valid or not. You can use things like calls you make in there with lifecycle stuff, and I'm sure we can find some of that if we dig far enough. Just open that. That is that one. Trying to find any indication of how you invalidate with use cache. cache life. Here we are. No. Ooh, there's a bunch of stuff here. Cache tags, use cache wrapper. Obviously, Sebastian's the one touching all of this. Do I have... I want both of these open. Out of curiosity, I hunted it. Wait, ooh, somebody has a page example. Let me grab that quick. We did some more digging, and I started to find how they expect you to do both cache tagging and timeouts. We did some digging, and we figured out how they both expect you to do tagging and revalidation. So let's take a quick look. Here's an example with cache tag coming from the next cache. Get cached with tag. So this is a function that is marked as use cache. By the way, it's not just components you can mark, in case that wasn't clear. You can mark individual async functions, and as long as every async await call that a given page or component makes is use cache tagged, then it will still be able to mark this effectively automatically as cached. This is just function painting all over again, if you're familiar. The idea of like how async paints up and down, or like how when you have one function that's async, everything calling it has to be async now too. This is very similar, but the opposite. If you want your caching to be on so that this route can be served from a cache entirely, you have to make sure the whole path is use cache friendly. You can put it really high up. You can do it in all the lower parts. This is my assumption, but my guess is that this would be a cached page if all of the await calls it makes are also flagged as use cache, and you wouldn't have to call it on the page file as well. I might be wrong. They might have you use cache on every layer, but my guess is that if every await that a given async function is calling is use cache, then they will flag this as cached as well. Possible that I'm wrong here. Probably the single thing I'm the least sure of thus far. That's my guess. What's important here is we're calling cache tag. So now we have marked this as tagged with this specific value. So we could theoretically invalidate this cache tag, and it'll bust any use cache functions that call cache tag with that specific value. Very handy. It's similar to the revalidate tag, but I like the clearer call of cache tags. Also, the removal of this being on the path side is nice, because the weird blurring of the lines between tags and paths was obnoxious to keep track of. Now it's much simpler. But that's only half the story. We have to talk about the cache life too. They did a great job commenting out this file, or they did a great job commenting up this file, so let's read through it. Similar to the cache tag function, they're exposing a cache life function that you can pass an object for what you want the cache to do, how you want it to behave, how long you want it to last for. So here you can tell it how long you want the client to cache a value without checking the server, which means when you go to the page, do you want the client to have that, or do you want it to go to the server instead? Very nice for having those super, super quick loads and everything on pages you've already been to. Separately, they have revalidate, because these are different. Stale is how long can the client keep an old value. Revalidate is how long should the server hold on to a value. It's also worth noting that stale values may be served while revalidating. So if you hit a case where the validation is old, like let's say you have a page like the demo that Lee Rob did where it shows you the time that it fetched from an API. If it is set to revalidate 10 seconds and you check it 5 minutes later, you're going to get the old value the first time because it's revalidating in the background. But then the next time you'll get the new value it generated during the first request, even though the first request is responded to with an old value. Traditional SWR, stale while revalidate, but it's cool they call that out here and they give you the option to revalidate. Be cool if they told you if it was seconds or milliseconds, but this isn't meant to be code that we're consuming yet. I'm sure this will all be in the real docs, but we're reverse engineering right now, boys. Also worth noting, they have an expire option here. In the worst case scenario where you haven't had traffic in a while, how stale can a value be until you prefer to de-opt and just do it dynamically? Also note, this must be longer than revalidate. So let's say we use the time example again, and we never want you to see a time that's more than 30 seconds out of date. We might set revalidate to 10 seconds. And then we can set expire to 30 seconds, which means, hey, just because we have a value in cache doesn't mean we can use it. We are past the window of safely using that value. So block on the user's request until we have generated the new one. Very interesting stuff. And to be able to call this anywhere, you just like write use cache at the top of a function, and then you call cache life with a number, and you're good. They have a crazy validator in here, but I think you get the point. This new system is really interesting. It throws out a lot of the more annoying steps. It makes clarity around what is or isn't cached and what is or isn't dynamic significantly better. And I hope this comes with the dev tools that we need in order to have a great experience figuring these things out and debugging them as we implement them. Because that was always the missing piece for me. But now that I'm seeing this, getting more excited. Oh, interesting. Apparently in the tests, they let you call magic keywords. So here they're calling cache life with the word frequent. Interesting. Oh, cache life profiles, huh? I need to pull back that file that I was just in. I don't see that one in here. Is that something like they defined in the config or something? Interesting. Okay, you might not be configuring this that directly. You might have some helpers. But now I'm more confused how they actually expect us to use this cache life function. Very, very interesting. Huh. Seems very committed to this idea of profiles with cache life. And you can create your own. Yeah, you can create your own in the config. That makes some sense. So if I So if I go in here, experimental cache life, yeah, profile. You define the profiles here and then you call them. Very interesting. So for the example we just saw, frequent, and we have the options expire, revalidate, and stale. So we can not give it a stale value. We'll give it revalidate 10 and then expire 30. Okay, I want to play with this whole thing. Who am I fucking kidding? I can't help myself. Cool. So let's just kill all the content here. Get time from world time API. Cool. Let's see if this works. Cool, it does. And it's getting the current time. You can tell because that is the time for me. But I want to play. I want to use these new features. So let's turn on dynamic IO. IO true. What was the other feature? I saw that Lee Rob had it in his thing. Is this PPR that he had on? Yeah, it's just PPR he had on. I'll keep that on just in case. Cool. So now that's on, this is going to error because it's getting dynamic data. I didn't tell it that it can cache the route. Why is it not? It should be yelling at me for doing things. Oh, it's because I'm not building. That's why. It's only in build. PNPM run build. And build should error because I'm doing an await call without giving it a suspense boundary or marking it as cacheable. Yeah, so we get this error because it doesn't know what it can or can't do with that. Yeah, we performed an IO operation that was not cached and no suspense boundary was found to define, and no suspense boundary was found to define a fallback UI. Yeah, that's what I expected. But if I use cache here, it's yelling at me for not using client. That's hilarious. Get with the times. PNPM run build. Why is it mad? Oh, it's still mad because it needs a loading state. Even with or without use cache, it can't do that at build time because it still is treating this route as static until I give it a reason for it to not be. So if I give it a loading TSX, now it will be less mad that it's dynamic with or without the caching. So I'm not actually sure. How do I tell it, hey, generate this statically still? I almost think there's going to have to be like a use static or something in order for the compiler to be able to optimize this at the right time. Happy I decided to play with this because I'm learning. Cool. So we have use cache. And now if I start the built version, we get a server error. Default cache life profile must always be provided. Let's go provide a default. All the values are optional though, right? Cool. And now we see this data is never invalidated. It's always hitting that cache. If I command Shift R, you'll see the loading state comes in for just a second because it's blocking. I can even prove how rough this is by doing a function wait, or async function wait for. Oh, wait for. We'll do 2 seconds. We'll rebuild. And now it's immediate because it's hitting the cache for the value. But if I remove the use cache call, and now I have to rebuild and rerun. Oh shit, Ryan's here. And now, every load, you'll get the current time with that delay. 447.49, refresh, 447.53. And now use cache will always get us that recent value. Or now use cache will let us skip that whole thing. Where things get fun is with that cache life function. So we'll call unstable cache life with frequent. And now that that has been called here, it's going to revalidate more frequently. What do we put the times on for that? You had 10 seconds and 30 seconds. Perfect. That'll be a good demo. Get that started. And now on the first request, it has to generate that cache data. And as long as I refresh quickly, you get that value back immediately. But if I wait the 10 seconds, which should be up now-ish, interesting that it gave me the loading state. I thought that it would be revalidating there because the expiration is the one I have on 30. So I didn't wait 30 seconds there. Okay, like waiting, a few seconds. Oh, it would have been 30 from the start. Cool. So this value is now old. I could wait. I could show an actual ticking clock, but we are more than 30 seconds past, which means it will not show me the cached value. It's going to expire the cached value. So now we have to wait on the loading screen. But if you sit here and refresh often enough, you'll see a really cool thing happens. It's going to just bump to a different time. Or not. I thought that it would have revalidated in the background and done that. Interesting. That's not the behavior I would have expected. It's possible it behaves different like on their servers in production, but I would have thought the revalidate would give you the stale version as it recalculates in the background instead of putting you on the loading state. Yeah, SWR might just not be working locally or in self-hosting, or it's just not done yet, but I see what they're going for here. It's very interesting. Very interesting. Someone asked, why do they allow use cache on page? Because they allow it on any async function. That's the whole point. It's actually really cool that they allow it on components. I love that. I think that's one of the best examples. Not this here, but I think the fact that you can use it on a component like I was here is one of the coolest parts. Another fun example here is if I put use cache on just this slow function, just this wait for, and then we go rebuild. Oh, what's it mad about? Oh, I didn't put the use cache, or I didn't put the cache life function there. It's nice that those errors all actually work, actually. Cool. So I removed the unstable cache life call from here. I put use cache in the wait for. Okay, lint rules are mad. 4 times the charm. Now, the slow part is cached the first time it has to load. But now, even when it's getting data from the server, even though this time is going up on every refresh, that slow part, which was this timeout that takes 2 seconds, it will never take 2 seconds again because we cached that part. That part is now fast, and this part's now cached, so it's no longer slowing down this part. And that's what's really cool about this pattern. You now have the ability to move where the cache happens that simply. If I want to bump the cache up to be at the page level, I just put use cache here. If I just want to cache this one slow part and let the rest be dynamic, I move it down there. That is really cool. I see the huge DX win here because caching isn't a thing that I should have to think about while I author the function. It's a thing I should add when I want the function to be faster. And wrapping with unstable cache, passing it all these keys, and making sure all of those things work how you expect sucks. And this doesn't. I actually think this fits better than something like use server. I'd almost rather use server be a wrapper and use cache be a tag like this. I actually quite enjoy it. I'm coming around. This is going to be so much better. So Ryan, they can get this added to solid before they release it? Actually, though, I think this is another one of those really cool primitives that the React team came up with after thinking way too long. And now the whole ecosystem can learn from it. Okay, so what you're confused about here is that they're returning something here that is a component. I guess I guess I might just be like server component pilled, but what I see here isn't so much is caching a component in the cache layer or whatever. What I see is like the payload that triggers what renders in the new React model that is identified by this component is cached. So if this is an async server-side component, then it will generate and be put here. If this is a client-side component, then when you render it, it will do all of those things. Yeah, this is a very interesting paradigm. I don't personally find this confusing, so it's hard for me to like clarify, but it's like whatever you return, it's the equivalent of like if you ran this function, what would it have done? That's how use cache works. It's really simple. Does it work on client? Asks Ryan. No, it does not. Just server. This is a better caching primitive for server-side functions and async functions on the server. Yeah. Interesting that, yeah. Also, for those who don't know, Ryan's creator of Solid.js, who is, or for those who don't know, Ryan's the creator of Solid.js. Phenomenal framework. The only thing I would consider other than React at this point in my life. And historically, he's taken a lot of advantage of cool things that Next and React do and how they improve things like the editor experience in order to copy the cool parts and bring them to Solid and Solid Start, be it JSX and async stuff going on in the JSX world, be it use server and use client as declarations that a lot of compilers recognize now. So I was curious what he would do with use client, and it's not something that necessarily makes sense for them because it's just function caching for him. But for server components, this is huge. Yeah, this is really cool. I'm into it. Yeah, copy and improve. Yeah, absolutely. Well, yeah, you've used deeply inside. You can't use it inside of a client component because a client component can't call an async server function like that. What you could do is have a server action, or I guess a server function, now that they're called that allows you to, or that you can use cache, and then when you call it, you're hitting an endpoint that's cached effectively. Because it doesn't exist yet. We're speculating on the future of Next. That's why you can't find docs, because this isn't real yet. This is all deep in their source code for stuff that's going to be announced in a week or two at NextConf. It's not even alpha. It's not announced. That's the whole point. We're speculating on the future. So work on server functions. I can check that somewhat quick. client component.tsx, server action.tsx, export or use server. Client click equals and I'll mount that on the page. I'm just gonna make an this is fine with me. Kill all that. It's gonna be mad I'm not using these, whatever. We'll just comment them all out. pm run build. This is without the cache to start, just to make sure it works. I know that they're planning on getting it on routes if it doesn't already work, but my curiosity is getting the better of me. Why did that not? I guess it's not calling dot then. I guess it's erroring maybe. Did I see anything here? No, that should just be working. I guess catch is what I meant. I'm dumb. Been doing too much of my favorite effect lately. Oh, that's annoying that those all just came through now. What the fuck? Okay, it's working now. I just needed to refresh it. No idea why. Cool. So here we see 1659.45, 1649 or 59.48. So it's going up. It's changing. But what we want to see is what happens if I use cache on this. Interesting. Is not allowed to define inline use cache annotated cache functions in client components. So this isn't a client component. Is it that I'm calling it in one that it's mad about? Yeah, it's import tracing. So the client component calls the server action, which has the use cache on it that it is mad about. But if I was to make like API/route.ts, we wouldn't use server. Cool. Well, I have to kill that there for this to build. Oh, it's not a valid get return type. That's actually a good error. It has to be a response. Cool. I'm dumb, okay? Only plain objects, a few built-ins can be passed to... Nope, that's not the right error. Interesting. If I separate this out... Haha. I've outsmarted you, I've outsmarted you, Next compiler. It's not API app, just /API. Cool. And now we get a cached value hitting an API endpoint. That's actually really cool. That's really cool. I see the vision here. There is some cool stuff going on here. Obviously, we don't know all the details. Anything I have said thus far could possibly be wrong. But we even got Ryan enjoying this. Is it a global consideration? It is. And I am very excited to see where things end up. The future is bright. The future is cached. And for better or worse, the future is probably still on Next.js. So let me know what you guys think. Did you enjoy this reverse engineering? I did my best to figure this out, and I hope this is helpful to y'all. Until next time, peace, nerds. Cool. I see the vision. Did not even see. I've heard this phrase so much, I never thought of it as ironic. Reverse engineering Next.js. This is unironically like really cool shit. What do you got for me? Oh yeah, the solid hack week happened. Good shit. New bounties each week. Oh shit. Good stuff, Ryan. Oh, Artem. I love Artem. Throw this in research. Might be a video in the future. I am pumped that I figured out so much of what's going on there with that. I was going to hit clear. Okay, we got 4 real videos, 1 short. It's 5 o'clock. Oh, shit. I missed that, Jolly. I'm very casually working on DevRel, FYI. I need to fucking finish it. It's just that, especially with the ad and the sponsor changes on the channel, my amount of free time continues to get to like lows that I had no idea were possible. Like, I don't have the spare cycles to work on it enough at the moment. I'm planning on partnering with somebody else so that we can actually fucking finish it. But it's a grind, to put it lightly. And so I was checking my DMs because I was waiting for one from somebody important. And as you can guess, I'm still getting spammed in my fucking DMs. That's what you get for using Ubuntu. Use a real distro next time. Pukey emoji. By the way, they censored Ubuntu. They put a star in it. Oh yeah, Gabriel gets some insight on my sponsor email stuff. And that's, you get to see half of one of my inboxes, Gabriel. I have 3. I'm tweeting the screenshot. The tweet's up. No, it's Ubi star NTU. They didn't start at the beginning, because I know that Starbuntu stands for Kubuntu, Xubuntu, and all of those. But this is just memed here. I think you guys... It's weird. I feel like nobody understands my actual depth in Linux. Everybody either assumes I have no idea what Linux is or that I'm some Linux god. I am straight smack in the fucking middle. Like, I can confidently install Arch Linux. I can set up a machine working mostly to my spec. But I'm not spending time in the fucking grub config that I don't have to. I'm not trying 5 different DWMs when I'm trying to get work done. Yeah, to be frank, I probably am deeper on Linux than half the people who give me shit on Linux stuff. I honestly probably should have done Manjaro because I'm familiar with it. When I mentioned Manjaro, and people freaked out saying, yeah, look, already starting. Manjaro is terrible. God. Somebody asked earlier, like, what video, like, do I have videos that I love the idea of that I don't want to do or isn't for me? Here's a good one. Trying all of the most hated Linux distros. Like, doing a poll on which ones people hate the most, and then driving those instead. Like, ranking them by the most to least hated. Also, like, free content. Linux distro tier list. Easy. Easy content. I've spent most of my time on Ubuntu and Manjaro with a little bit of Fedora here and there. I feel like this one's probably the highest priority because it's like a new thing. Okay, I think I have my angle here. Let's do it. Cool. Remember pop-ups? Most of y'all probably don't actually. Remember pop-ups? If I know anything about my audience demographics, most of you probably should. But for those who don't, it was a huge part of how we navigated the webs. Specifically, how we navigated around all the ads spamming us constantly on websites. But there were nice things about pop-ups. The idea of having a portion of your website broken out so the user can manage it and put it different places, or even programmatically moving the pop-out to certain places. There's a lot of ideas here that are good, and we've re-implemented a ton of them through crazy hacks like popover.js. They are even now built in layers in the browser to make these things better, but we haven't really captured the magic of a separate window. Until now, because Google is bringing them back with companion windows. This is a very exciting proposal that I'm hopeful is going to see the light of day in the near future. I want to break it down with y'all, but first we need to hear quickly from today's sponsor. Let's dive in. Let's dig in because I am very excited about what's going on here. Companion windows. A window may have companion windows, which are similar to pop-ups, but they render within a tab or other top-level window, and they are closed if closed or navigated to a different origin. So if you leave the website that opened it, this will close as well. Companion windows could be docked to the edge of the window, or they can be a mole on the bottom of the content area. They can float above and around content, and they can attach to elements in the document. Very exciting. Very exciting. Make the ad for this video a pop-up. I love that idea, actually. Companion windows, back to reading though. A companion window's history does not participate in the main browsing history, so clicking the back button won't navigate with the companion window. Very good. Very exciting. And Jolly, I was reading your chat. That's why I said that. I read chat when I film these. Even if it's not here, I see it there. A companion window can't have companion windows. No, I can't put a tooltip in my tooltip. What about my tooltip's tooltips? Now, that makes sense. There may be multiple companion windows open by the main page at a given time, though. Very interesting. When a navigation within the origin occurs, the companion window remains. So if I click like 1 month old here and I'm still on GitHub, the companion window can stay. If the document no longer makes it attached. So if it was attached some way to the document, then it will change to another presentation style, like it can float or be docked. The new page can manipulate it, as can the user. So the user can make changes to it, and the JavaScript can as well. Very interesting. Very interesting. Let's see why they're doing this, because I can speculate all day, but I'm curious what they have to say. I hadn't thought about this as like a way to bring SPA stuff to multi-page apps. That's actually a really good point. Somebody in chat actually made a really good point too. It's like YouTube videos where it sticks to the bottom right. Yeah. Very, very much something this would help make way easier to build. Like your own pop-out, like hover UI for a player went from impossible to somewhat trivial with this. Very exciting. Navigation from page to page is a key part of sites and applications on the web, a fact which remains true even as single-page apps increase in number. Nonetheless, different pages don't always constitute totally separate experiences. The user might be engaging with a live media stream, support session, or other adjacent experiences on the site as they use it. Yeah, like you might be watching me live On Wednesday afternoon between 1 p.m. and 8 p.m., which is when I film all my videos, by the way. If you haven't, twitch.tv or on YouTube, if you're subbed, hit the little bell. You can watch me recording these live, give feedback, and help as we figure out the videos. It's really fun. Not for everyone, but yeah, ideally in the future, the little pop-out would allow you to navigate Twitch or other things without having to write a bunch of custom code for it. Pop-up windows are the classic solution for breaking out of these sorts of experiences, but they have well-known drawbacks. That's putting it lightly. They were open to abuse and user confusion, necessitating the advent of pop-up blockers in modern browsers. They detach fully from the origin tab and window, depending on the browser, and they lose their clear association with the window where they came. In fact, the ability to confusingly conceal pop-ups led to pop-unders and similar hostile patterns. Oh god, pop-unders, where it like does a pop-up under the page that you're on, so you don't even know it's open in the background. Ugh. The 100% bike shed, that's actually hilarious. I've never seen that before. What? BS is the language? Bike shed? That's actually really funny. I've never seen that before. This calls for a solution which allows the necessary script and DOM to span pages within a site, keep the activity like media playback going as seamlessly as possible. Keep the activity like a media playback going as seamlessly as possible, fluidly changing the window to suit the context. So like if you click the dark mode or light mode, the little preview or thing you have in the corner should change accordingly. Or move to a different place to make room in the window. Should build on existing user and developer expectations about security and privacy, making it clear how these contexts relate to one another. It should behave consistently with modern network and storage partitioning. It should not raise barriers to universal access, so it should handle accessibility and localization. Important details. And it should be lightweight enough to easily be adopted before support in browsers is widespread. That's actually a good call out too. Like if you can't re-implement this in React right now, temporarily as like a polyfill type thing, not good. I like they call that out. They're not just pretending they can make the standard and then everyone will implement it. They're saying like, we need this to be simple enough that you can DIY it in the interim. I like they call out non-goals. More projects need to do this where they say like, this is what we won't do. The solution should not displace existing window tooling like pop-ups and picture-in-picture and frames, or navigation APIs like service workers, preloading, and view transitions, or even media APIs like media session and media source. It should complement these. It shouldn't replace them. It shouldn't obsolete single-page apps either. You're not going to obsolete SPAs. That's never going to happen. But I appreciate you for clearly stating that you won't, because I know certain proposals in the past weren't so clear about that. It will remain useful for some sites to be structured as a single page, just not as necessary for some use cases. The solution need not support every imaginable use of long-lived context or state. It's enough to solve some use cases well and leave others for other APIs, like workers and storage. Fair. They give some fun examples, like live news videos that should be shown as you navigate the site, and customer support chat. I feel like half of what Chrome builds is to make life easier for Intercom. And this lines up with that very well. And here's the breakdown of companion windows. Each top-level traversable has a collection of companion windows, which are similar to auxiliary pop-up windows in that they are not confined by the lifetime of a single document, but they're similar to frames in that they form part of the user's experience browsing a single suite within or immediately adjacent to the content area. Interesting way of framing it, but the important detail is that the pop-up leaves the page session you're in when you have traditional pop-ups. Like you open a pop-up, you can close the tab and the pop-up's still open. With companion windows, they're built into the window and they're attached to the browser's origin. So as you navigate from page to page, it will stay there, unlike an iframe, which you would lose. But if you close the page or you go to a different origin entirely, like you click a link on GitHub that brings you to Vercel or something, that will kill it. And that's an interesting compromise I actually quite like. Companion window can be presented in several different ways, controlled by the top-level document. If left unstyled, the user agent ensures it is presented in a suitable way. So as I mentioned before, they can be docked, they can be floating, they can be anchored, and they can even be inline within the document, which is very interesting. Because if it's inlined and then you go to a different page, it can pop out. That's actually super cool, because you could inline... So like for the Twitch example, when you're navigating Twitch, you could inline a companion window as the player, and then when you navigate, it'll automatically pop it out when you're going across the site. That's actually really, really cool. What did Alex say? CSS-oriented presentation styles. Instead of selecting a presentation style via JavaScript, this could be done with CSS. Fun. More weird CSS flags. Inline, comma, docked bottom. That's such a weird syntax. I feel like CSS needs to pick how they want to do things and not change it for every single fucking feature. But you can also just do it via JavaScript. You can give it position, anchored, true, and then call reposition when you run different logic, like when you're navigating. That I actually kind of like. I like this call-out example because it's very similar to what I was saying before. Say there's an app called National News that embeds their player in a companion window, which is initially inline or anchored, but it may become floating or docked as Irene scrolls. When Irene clicks to the article, the player window continues to run. If the article page styles it appropriately, it may become embedded in that page. Very interesting. So like if you go back to the original page, it can re-embed if it is correctly set in the browser. It's smart enough to do that as you navigate around. Even with like SPA, sometimes when you go backwards and forwards, it can kill the state. Like I've seen that with like an intercom or support chat where I hit back to go to something and I lose the chat. Oh, this is going to be really good for a lot of those use cases. Yeah, finding good automatic behaviors as you navigate is going to be a huge challenge. Respect to them for trying to figure it out. They also break down some considered alternatives, which are things that they were thinking about and like that you could use instead. What's document picture in picture? Is this a real proposal? Chrome doesn't have it, but Edge does. That's enough for me to be skeptical. So let's say you do arbitrary HTML content. It's like the picture-in-picture API for video. Interesting. What do they call out about it here? Document picture-in-picture is not a suitable substitute here because it's strongly linked with the document that created it and it closes when that document navigates. Huge deal. When you navigate to a different document, you lose it. That makes this unusable. It renders outside the content area and, in fact, outside the browser window as a floating borderless window. Sometimes desirable because it lets you consume media when you change out entirely. So, like, if I have a video playing on YouTube and I leave and go to check my email app, I can still have the player floating. Not a use case I want very often, but I could see why this would be useful sometimes. But I do hate that about picture-in-picture in most implementations. Also, it requires platform support for such windows, which is not universal, especially on something like iOS. Also, a lot of Linux distros. On the other hand, rendering additional contents inside the same content area is likely supportable on a broader range of platforms. Absolutely is. That I like the little I know about browsers and like platform standards. Yeah. Good stuff. I am really excited about this proposal. I think this has a lot of potential. Did somebody share a demo of it? I feel like I saw, Westboss shared the dev tool for stuff recently. Where did I see this originally? I know Gabriel sent it, but I had seen it earlier on Twitter. Oh, no one knows what I'm trying to hit. Yeah, I don't think there's anything else to really report on here since this is so new still. Yeah. This is a very early proposal, but I see a ton of potential here, and I'm curious how you guys feel as well. Are you excited about companion windows, or are you tired of anything that looks like pop-ups? Let me know in the comments, and until next time, peace, nerds. Cool. Cool. I'm going to label this one priority because I want it before others cover it. Cool. So that's 5 real videos. How are we doing on time? Not too bad. I am getting a little warm, so I'm going to crank the AC up quick. Cranking the fan as well to keep air moving in here. As you could find to a demo. Oh yeah, this was just him showing it breaking on other things. I almost put that in, but decided last second against it. I don't really agree here. You could like DIY this already with SPAs. Like people have built that, and it doesn't. It gives you a really rough primitive of a window, but the windowing system part is still something you have to build. You turn it into a system. They just gave you a primitive. Temporal's not on permanent halt. It's really far along. How long is Boneless UI? 9-minute read. That is a fun October themed one too. I'm between these 4. The abort controller one's pretty good. Does he not have a dark mode? Does he really not? That surprises me. How much time do I have left? However long I feel like going for. This touches on the IA writer thing too. God, that is interesting news. Poor controller, boneless UI, new type of browser. Yeah, that's my rough gut feel. Make these episodes clearer. I'm struggling so much with this decision. I think I'm just going to go for a Bork controller because it's overdue. But the IA writer one is increasingly interesting to me. Oh yeah, I have this one in my 2 stream. Yeah. Farming 100K files. I really should do that one eventually. I should probably like temporarily move to a 2 stream a week schedule. So like I kind of want to move to 2 videos a day. Well, 1 video a day, but there's always an evergreen-esque video every day, and then breaking news just comes out as soon as it's ready. So like right now, like we would be trying to get end of Chrome, reverse engineering, and companion windows all out ASAP, but also have a like random video that can come out whenever, like things you don't know run JS, or making Minecraft 100 times faster, or web components don't suck. Tailwind got these things wrong. It will be a lot more work, but we can absolutely do it. Like we have more content than we have time that I spend recording. I haven't figured out how I would want to price ads on it, but yeah, it would be something I'd think about for sure. The fact that I came up with so much better a title for the Google one here. Makes me want to skip to this one now. Yeah, the JS Sugar one's slaughtered. This makes this very clickable. I convinced you? Okay, cool. We'll do this one. You win. You win, Naman. Ooh, fake kill by Google tweet thumbnail. You're no dog in this fight. Yeah, but it was you're the one who linked it. Let's do it. Google Drive is one of the few Google products I actually quite like. I don't love it or anything, but it's a surprisingly good way to build and... Google Drive is one of the few Google products I actually quite like. It's not perfect or anything, and yeah, Dropbox is fine, but I've had a good time overall with Google Drive. It's fairly priced, it's easy to use, it's reliable, works on everything. And of course, Google has to ruin that for all of us. Despite the fact that Drive's had a pretty easy to use, accessible API for a long time, it seems like Google's changed their mind on what we should actually be able to do with it. And going forward, it doesn't seem like many apps are going to have access at all. To be very, very clear, this will not affect your Google Drive account that you go to via drive.google.com. But if you use your Google Drive account in other apps for things like syncing, note-taking, tracking, all sorts of stuff, that's probably going away because because as usual, Google's making life much, much harder for devs. And IA Writer just got hit hard, and they're not the only ones. So probably time we talk about this, right? Before we get to Google interrupting developers, we need a quick interruption from today's sponsor. Cool. Our Android app is frozen in Carbonite. If this was just some random app dev, it'd be one thing, but it's not. IA Writer is one of the best apps for just writing things. It's awesome. Works on web, mobile, and iOS. Or it works on web and mobile and even tablets. I specifically learned about it as a good way to write things on a tablet. And it was a great way for me to get out blog posts back in the day when I still wrote. It didn't just yap. Great tool, phenomenal team, really talented devs. And they're not able to update their Android app right now. And the reason is incredibly dumb. After 7 years of trying, the most recent struggle with Google proved that we need to change course on our adventure in the Android galaxy. A couple of months ago, I'm covering things cool. A couple of months ago, Google changed its API policy and it revoked IA Writer's access to Google Drive on Android. By freezing up Android's main storage option, our app was frozen in Carbonite. It still lived, but we couldn't move forward before resolving it. So this means is they no longer were able to give Google Drive access to new versions of the app. So if they push an update, Google Drive is broken for it. In order to allow users to access their Google Drive on their phones, we had to rewrite the privacy statements, update documents, and pass a series of security checks, all while facing a barrage of new and ever-shifting requirements. This is the publishing on someone else's store experience, but especially on Google. I know that the Apple App Store gets a lot of shit because their policies are really strict, but their policies are strict and consistent. They don't change them very often. Where on Android, they don't enforce them consistently and they change them all the time. So an app that's compliant today might just not be tomorrow. And it's a mess. It's an absolute mess. And it seems like other things going on at Google are now making this even harder, both for the people maintaining the Android App Store and Play Store, as well as for the developers trying to build things for it. Here's an email from April. Google sends these almost weekly. Every time you need to go through a stack of links and things. Sometimes you end up in a forum with a group of desperate devs talking about quitting Android. Yeah, it's bad. I've been there before for really dumb things. It's rough. Yeah. You must meet policy requirements to access certain Drive APIs. You can tell from the inconsistent font sizes the quality of shit that you're getting here. And yes, this is actually what Google's official emails look like. It's so hard to know if you're being phished or not because phishing emails look more real than Google's official ones. If you do not verify your app will be subject to an ongoing 100-user limit. What does limiting it to 100 users do for fucking anybody? Verify your Play Console developer account now. Your window to complete account verification for the Play Console developer account, IA Inc., is now open. If you don't complete verification by your deadline, your developer profile and app will be removed from Google Play. If this was the only time Google did stuff like this, that'd be one thing. Is VLC's Twitter just VLC? Let me find their actual GitHub or their actual Twitter. Video LAN, cool. Even something like VLC, which, yeah, sure, I'm a bit of a hater of, even they got hit with something like this. After they tweeted back in March, if you wonder why we can't update the VLC on Android app, it's because Google refuses to let us update. Either they have to give Google their private signing keys, or they have to stop updating for old versions of Android TV, which is what most Android TVs are running, because nobody, like even Android phones are barely up to date. Android TVs never get fucking updates. Nobody cares. And after 6 months of back and forth with Videoland, one of the biggest open source projects ever, they finally found a way to get their app deployed again. But the fact that even VLC gets hit with this shit shows the state of things at Google with the App Store, and it's rough. Play Store is a shit show. Yep. Also, the details they give us here on the iWriter thing are insane. 5 months and 55 updates later, it can't be too far from now. Let's make sure we verify everything as expected, then send the documents and the passport scans. Then we'll be good, right? They make you scan your passport if your app happens to use the developer. They make you send a passport scan if your app happens to use the Google Drive API. What? And even then, it still takes forever if it will even be approved. By September, we thought we had honored our side of the new agreement, but on the very day we expected to get our access back, Google altered the deal. The classic quote, altered the deal, pray I don't alter it further. We were told that read-only access to Google Drive would suit our writing app better than the desired read and write access. That's right, read-only for a writing app. Google doesn't want developers using Google Drive. This makes it very clear. To be fair, Google doesn't really like developers or understand what they need anyways, but what the fuck? An app named IA Writer being told that they only need read-only access. What? That's like a food supplier talking to a Brazilian steakhouse and saying, you know what you guys need? Vegetables. No more meat. Not allowed. Come on. Why did you think you needed that? The fuck? This is insane. Even more emails back and forth. After a series of updates following exactly Google's playbook, they still want more privacy policy changes. But then our customers get Google Drive back, right? And then here, we reviewed your submission for Project Net IA Writer. Your application still does not appear to use minimum scopes. You requested the following scope, auth drive. But based on the following information you provided, we believe the following scope might be a better fit. Drive.read only. Are you fucking kidding? Perhaps you think that you were treated unfairly. When we pointed out this was not what we had, or what our users wanted, Google seemed to alter the deal yet again. In order to get our users full access to their Google Drive on their devices, we now need to pass a yearly CASA, which is a Cloud Application Security Assessment audit. This requires hiring a third-party vendor like KPMG. What? I sense Synology stock going up fast. If you guys don't know Synology, they make network-attached storage devices. It's what I use to manage a ton of my content. One of my favorite things that Synology has is a Cloud Sync app. The Cloud Sync app lets you sign in with things like Backblaze, Dropbox, and Google Drive. And for about a year, all of my content was managed by dragging and dropping onto a special folder on my Synology that would auto-sync it to Google. A company like Synology, that's a massive $100+ million fucking business, already has security assessment suites and teams and probably works with third-party vendors already. So for them, Google Drive support's probably still going to be there. might still get killed, but I'm guessing they'll be fine. Whereas anyone trying to compete with them, any open source project trying to build something similar, fucked. They're gone. They're dead. This is an unintentional power shrinkage towards the most powerful people who can afford to do all those things. And a small app by a small dedicated team like IA Writer, they can't do this now. And if a big company wants to compete with them, they absolutely can, because they can deal with this third-party bullshit. And while I understand Google's goal of trying to make Drive safe and private so you don't have random apps stealing your information through it, this is a fucking mess. And like, how much does read-only actually prevent? On the off chance that IA Writer was actually spyware, if they can read my Google Drive, that is pretty much just as bad as if they can write to it. If they get access to all my private information and they're malicious, how much worse is it if they can write to? Let's be realistic. It makes no sense to restrict on the levels that Google's restricting on. So even with my best attempt at understanding their goals, this is fucking bullshit. And they're not the only ones, by the way. Wrong link. Let me get this one open. Yeah. They're not the only ones, by the way. Panic, who I absolutely adore, is being hit too. We'll cover that in just a moment. The cost that IA Writer has dealt with, including all internal hours, amounts to about 1 or 2 months of revenue that we would have to pay to one of Google's corporate amigos. An indie company handing over a month's worth of revenue to a big four firm like KPMG for a pretty much meaningless scan. And of course, this would be a recurring annual expense. More cash for Google's partners, while small developers like us foot the bill for Android's deeply ingrained security shortcomings. I will say I don't see this necessarily as like Google trying to cash grab for their partners. Don't attribute to malice what you can attribute to stupidity. This is Google just being dumb. They found the cheapest path to theoretically make things more secure, because Google's always in the middle of security issues. And if this is the path they came up with to make Google Drive secure again, it's a stupid shit show, but that's what's happening here. They're not doing this because they think they can make a lot of money for these partners. Realistically speaking, 1 month of your revenue is just not any meaningful amount to Google. Like, for the PR damage that this can do to them, the amount of money they can make or their partners can make through it is nothing. To Google, a third-party vendor security audit is just a Tuesday. So they're not thinking about this. People who wrote this policy, they're not thinking about it in terms of how this affects indie devs. They're just thinking about it from their narrow perspective of being Google. So I wouldn't say this is Google intentionally trying to squeeze cash for their partners so much as Google's just fucking stupid and incompetent. This is a funny line. As we Googled our new situation, it became clear this wasn't just our battle. Developers everywhere were facing similar bureaucratic entanglements, all designed to benefit Google's partners while squeezing the life out of smaller companies. Here's a quote that they have. What's the source on this one? This is a Reddit user that has been dealing with a similar restriction. I finally completed and passed the assessment. Overall, it took me about 60 to 80 hours of my time, and the process itself spanned 3 to 4 months, with 25 to 30 back and forth requests of varying complexity. It was awful, and if it's not streamlined next year, I'll be dropping the permission from my app and going another route. So it's normal. Seems like we have to bite the bullet then. After all, we've been doing this for 7 years. We have tens of thousands of users. We've invested hundreds of thousands to make this work. And so it looks like we shall double our efforts. This battle to give our customers access to their Google Drive is only the latest in a series of clashes we've had with the empire. Developing on Android is a daily worsening struggle with red tape, inconsistent device performance, App Store search performance gaming, and rampant piracy. Yeah, the Android App Store and Play Store is such a disaster. It's like all the worst parts of Google search, but with none of the investment. It's insanity. And yeah, piracy is a huge issue on Android, and Google does not help much. Every time we think we've overcome one hurdle, another two pop up. It's an exhausting process that saps our resources, delays updates, and damages our reputation. Meanwhile, the negative reviews keep piling up for problems that are out of our control. That's not the only problem, though. There are certain devices that cause trouble. To fix the bugs, you need to buy the device. Customers demand that, and we often did. But you can see that the 12,000 devices that were using IA, or below you can see the 12,000 different device types that were using IA Writer in 2017. That's not 12,000 users. That's 12,000 types of devices. That's insanity. To have to worry about all these different places that your app can run. Developing for Android, you navigate an asteroid field. Bugs surface across thousands of device types, Android versions, and flavors, from One UI to My UI, Oxygen OS, Pixel Experience, you name it. So remember when Pixels were vanilla Android? Now it's the Pixel Experience? What the fuck? So why can't I select that text? That was weird. Anyways. Before anyone says this is the price of an open OS, well, we don't have this problem on Windows. Okay, Windows isn't open, though. Regardless, put them in. We could just comply. We could pay the security auditing firm. We could surrender more of our revenue and dig ourselves deeper into the red, and then accept the next forced change in the next one. We could try to write our own framework for payment to avoid piracy. Why would we when no one wants to pay for it? And then what? Where does it end? Hiring someone to game our app reviews? Yeah, the fact that like the review race means if you want to rank above people who are making fake versions of your app and paying scammers to give fake reviews, the best way to win is to pay your own fake reviewers. What the fuck? It's such a shitty arms race. I feel so bad for these devs. It sucks to be an Android dev nowadays, especially if you actually care about your users. If you're an Android dev that's just trying to load if you're an Android dev just trying to load phones up with spyware, you're probably the average Android dev, to be fair. But also, like, the ones who care are being beaten. And this is the biggest reason why Android apps suck. It's not because Android's bad, iOS good. It's not because the developers are paid less or there's less money. The biggest thing is you are disincentivized by Google from making a great app because every step along the way fucking sucks. As long as we sell to Android end consumers, the economics of continuing development on Android is an ever-tightening force choke. Bit by bit, the control over our app's functionality, quality, and finances are being taken away from us. If we continue down the current path, we damage our relationship with users, we taint our reputation, we lose money, nerves, and time. So as of today, we're not just accepting our frozen and carbonite fate, we're embracing it. We're going to take the app offline. That genuinely sucks. I like this app a lot. I used it on an Android tablet back in the day. I still here and there will pull it up on iOS. It's a beautiful app, and this team has put so much effort in, and Google has destroyed it for them. We know this decision will disappoint our loyal Android users, and we share your frustrations. After 7 years of continuous investment, this is way more painful for us than it is for any of you. That, I don't love this wording, although it's true. Telling your users that things hurt you more than them never reads right. Like, we're with you, this sucks, is what I would have put here. Regardless, I am very sympathetic to their experience here. It's important to understand why many devs choose not to engage with the Empire. You can't win that battle. They do as they please. Unless you're Epic, and then you can sometimes win, but still. Existing users will keep their access and will push critical updates when necessary, if the Empire allows it. But new features are off the table for now. Support will be friendly as always, but we have to be pragmatic. What if he doesn't survive? He's worth a lot to me. IA Writer for Android might return in the future, perhaps in a different chapter for this saga, where it can be developed in a more controlled environment. We are working towards a setup where organizations can pay us directly for all our software. In a B2B setup, the Android hardware ecosystem may be economical and manageable, and then we can go back to sponsoring single license users and their unruly pirate friends. Until that day comes, IA Writer for Android will remain frozen in carbonite, waiting for the right time to reawaken. In the meantime, we're focusing on projects that drive our business forward, finalizing a major Windows 11 update, enhancing IA Writer for Mac, iOS, and iPadOS, preparing to launch the web sharing for IA Presenter, and releasing the iOS and iPadOS app. I was so sure they had an iPad app. I was so sure they did. Maybe that's for iPresenter. I'm pretty sure iWriter does, though. Regardless, I have so much sympathy. Just again, to confirm it's not them alone, I'm going to go over Panic's recent post. End of the road for Google Drive and Transmit. If you aren't familiar with Panic, you should fix that. First off, just the domain should be enough for you to get it, panic.com. They redo their homepage? They did. Is Hurdling a new game they're making? It is. Oh boy. This is stunning. Oh shit. That looks beautiful. So if you're not familiar with Panic, they're a game publisher known primarily for Firewatch and Untitled Goose Game, but they do a lot of other fun games too. They make the Playdate, which is a handheld, weird little console. It's cute as hell. But they also make desktop software for devs, Mac software primarily. And there's a couple programs here that used to be really popular. Not quite as much nowadays, but Prompt was a huge app for doing SSH and connecting to an external terminal on your iOS devices. It's like how you would do dev, in quotes, on mobile. But also Transmit and Nova, which were and still kind of are really popular solutions for devs on Mac. This was an IDE that was native, really cool. It's been trumped since, but Nova was dope. And Transmit is still one of the best SFTP and FTP clients for Mac for syncing across lots of different things. One of those things was Google Drive, and it no longer is. End of the road for Google Drive and Transmit. We never like removing functionality from our apps. We especially don't like doing it when it's due to circumstances beyond our control. But sometimes, rarely even, it can happen. And so please take note. At some unknown point in the future, Google will revoke Transmit's access to Google Drive. Sometime after that, we'll be releasing updates to Transmit and Nova that remove the ability to create Google Drive connections. Transmit is still in active development, and no other connection types are affected. But why? Google has a new set of policies that require apps that connect to Google Drive to go through expensive, time-consuming annual reviews. And this has made it extremely difficult for us to reasonably maintain Google Drive access. You may have seen iWriter's announcement. What's that? Never heard of it. Not like 30 minutes into this video about it. You might have seen their announcement that they're stopping development of their Android version for similar reasons. Our experience was different, but our circumstances are similar. While Google Drive may not be the most popular option for connection and transmit, we know many users rely on it, and we often use it here at Panic to send and receive files from game devs that we work with. It's not a decision that we took lightly, and it was the result of much debate and anguish in the office. But rest assured, we looked at every angle. Hopefully this will help explain more. Let me Command plus makes it a little more readable. Cool. Here's more background for the curious, like, people watching this video. 2019, Google announced that they were adding additional security checks. In 2019, Google announced additional security checks to apps with full access to Drive. Shortly after, they prevented Transmit from authorizing new Drive users. We submitted Transmit to Google for review and waited for months without hearing anything back. Eventually, by reaching out through friends of friends of friends to find someone inside Google who could help, we got in contact with a Google employee who was very helpful in getting the process started. We went through review, and our access was restored in early 2020. Fortunately, we were never able to get Google to approve Nova, which is their text editor. For the next couple years, the annual re-review was pretty straightforward. However, in December 2023, Google again disabled Transmit and emailed us, explaining that we would need to complete a cloud application security assessment security review. The review found no security issues with Transmit, but it was an incredibly lengthy process. It involved registering with a security lab, running a vulnerability scanner on Transmit source code, and filling out a long form. Between each step, we had to wait days before we'd hear back from the lab, causing the process to take nearly a month. This is a company that knows what they're doing. They're a game publisher. They know how to deal with every weird app store because their job is taking your game and getting it working on Xbox, on PlayStation, on Epic Games Store, on GOG, on Steam, and dealing with all these companies and their weird policies around this shit. So they're no strangers to having to do a weird review process. And they're still saying that this sucks. They're still saying it took them over a month. That's not over, nearly a month. That's still insane for a company that does this a lot. In March, they were reapproved, but we were told that we would now need to pass the check annually. At this point, we began to question if the yearly process was worth it. Between the weeks of waiting, submitting the required documentation, and the process of scanning the code, it took a significant amount of time from our engineers. For example, Google provided a Docker image for running the scanner, but it didn't work. Tell me it's not the most Google thing in the world that Google gives you a Docker image to scan your source code, and it doesn't actually fucking work. That's the most Google thing I've ever heard. We had to spend more than a week debugging and fixing the Docker image they sent them. And because the scanner found no problems, it didn't result in any improvements to transmit. No one benefited from this process. Not Google, not Panic, and not our users. Okay, to be fair, the security company that they worked with, the security lab, they benefited. They made some money. But no one else does. Yeah, and fair point from Naman in chat. They've launched hardware. Do you know how hard it is to get hardware launched? It's way harder than launching an app, unless Google decides they want to make it hard for you. As a small independent dev, losing this time for no benefit is a huge cost. That week could have been better spent improving our products. Excuse me. But even so, at the time, we resigned ourselves to the yearly checks. We didn't want to let our users down, and hopefully, now that we had experience with it, the scanner would be easier to run next year. But then a couple months later, Google completely removed the option to scan our own code. Instead, to keep access to Drive, we would now have to pay one of Google's business partners to conduct the review manually. They promised a discounted minimum price, but no maximum price. We realized that either we'd be most likely paying somebody else a chunk of cash to run the same scanner we were running, or our bill would end up much higher. These ever-shifting requirements and expenses are finally catching up to third parties. Other products have discontinued Google Drive support or come up with interesting workarounds with various limitations that don't work for all users. Ultimately, we think any workaround strategy is too risky and may result in banned accounts, and we definitely don't want to be responsible for anyone getting banned. This is actually a thing I think about a lot because my YouTube account is a Google account, and if I use the wrong app and Google thinks that I'm a spammer or something, I lose the income not just for myself, but for a team of 4. So the thought of my Google account being banned is something that keeps me fucking up at night. And for a developer to have to think about, like, we can add this feature back that people want, but it might ruin someone's livelihood if their account gets banned. That's terrifying. And this is the thing that happens to fucking real people too. The guy who made Terraria, right? Yeah. The guy who made Terraria, which is the 2D Minecraft game that was really, really popular in like late 2010s. The guy who made this was partnered with Google to get Terraria onto their... The guy who made this game was partnered with Google to get it onto Stadia, which was their game streaming platform at the time. And he canceled it, which was probably a huge contract, because they randomly locked his Google account, his personal Google account that had his media, his apps, and everything he had been doing on Google his whole life. Google never told him why. He exhausted all of his internal contacts, including the people he worked with for the Stadia stuff. And he burned the whole relationship with them because they locked his account for no reason. It's insane. Like, Google will hurt their own products. Like Google will hurt the success of their own products if it follows their bullshit policies to hurt a given user. It's actually fucking insane. The fact that this could happen, that a developer of a well-loved game, a very public figure, could just lose their entire Gmail history of 15 years because of a bad Google policy that was never fucking clarified. It's unbelievable that this can happen. But that's the way Google does things. Bans are bans. We're very sorry. In short, with all these factors in play, we've decided that we will not attempt to renew the Google Drive access for transmit once it expires. We'll miss it too. As I said before, they're actually using it regularly. It sucks that they want the feature and they can't do it. We will instead focus our efforts on other features and products. We know that this situation, to put it in simplified terms, kind of sucks. If Google ever revises their security policies to be more in reach for a small software company like Panic, we will definitely take a second look. Chat summarizing my thoughts pretty well here. I would literally choose iCloud Drive over Google Drive. I hate iCloud Drive so much, and I think I would too. I'm thankful Dropbox is in a decent state because I use it for like everything right now. I'm so thankful I moved to Dropbox earlier this year for like weird pricing reasons. But Jesus Christ. Google removed don't be evil and instead just is, but instead is now just be negligent. For real. Yeah. Yeah. I got nothing else. Thank you guys as always. Stop using Google Drive, and until next time, peace, nerds. This one upsets me. Cool. That's 6 real videos in 5 hours. We're doing well. Can you link what's going on here, Flowing? I'm curious what what they're doing with x86 because this is a shit show right now. Is there like recent news? Think I have to do this. Fuck. Are there other good articles? I'm just going to lean on Tom's Hardware because I love these guys. Yeah. Yeah. It's another priority video. Fuck me. This might be second channel, but I'm going to get real nerdy, so I think I'm going to have to main channel it. Also, because I can get an add-in if I main channel it. I think this would take top priority right next to end of Chrome. How am I doing for priority things I need to get out? This is so behind. Fuck me. This I have to film an ad for after this. This I don't have an ad for. Thankfully, we only have one priority thing on the queue right now, so I can buff shit up. And this I can delay a bit. Yeah, I can move shit around. We have videos scheduled to the 8th, not counting what I've recorded today. Jesus fucking Christ. Link for CEO interview. Okay. Okay. Both of them. Good fucking find, man. Thank you for this source. Thank you, Flowing Ivo. And does their own blog post, too. Tim Sweeney and Linus are involved. What the fuck? What a fucking... This is insane. What? This keeps getting fucking crazier. Okay, this is going to be a banger. We need to rush this out ASAP. Thank you so much. Oh, shit. Well, thank you, Flowing. I appreciate you. I haven't done an It's No Secret intro for a bit. I can use that for this one. Fuck yeah. Let's go in. It's no secret that the x86 architecture and platform is in a rough state nowadays. Everything going on in ARM as well as RISC has been... It's no secret that the state of x86 nowadays is a bit rough. As a standard, it's just not keeping up with what's going on both with things in the ARM world and in the RISC world. Stuff's changing fast, from Apple's computers to the new RISC chips coming out. Intel and AMD are kind of falling behind. Historically, they've been too focused on competing with each other. There's loud things outside distracting me. One moment. I'm just going to re-record the whole intro, I think. RISC-V is pronounced RISC-V, right? Just making sure when I say that. Cool. It's no secret that x86 is in a bit of a rough state nowadays, with all of the push from It's no secret that x86 is in a bit of a rough state nowadays. When you see all the innovation happening in the ARM world with Apple or RISC-V too, it's kind of crazy to think that we might be moving away from x86 entirely as an industry. Historically, Intel and AMD have been too busy competing with each other to ever really bother with these other architectures. But now they see the writing on the wall and they're scared, and they're bringing in crazy reinforcements. Not only have Intel and AMD teamed up, they brought in insane advisors and people to be involved, including Tim Sweeney, the CEO of Epic, and Linus Torvalds, the creator of Linux and Git. I didn't believe this when I first saw it, but yeah, what? The x86 Ecosystem Advisory Group with Tim Sweeney, Linus Torvalds, led by Intel and AMD, with all of these other partners. This is insane. I'm really excited to tell you all about this. But first, a word from today's sponsor. Let's dive straight in. This is the official Intel blog post. Let's dive straight in. This is the official Intel blog post discussing this. Yes, discussing this partnership between Intel and AMD. Unbelievable. Intel and AMD today announced the creation of an x86 ecosystem advisory group, bringing together technology leaders to shape the future of the world's most widely used computing architecture. x86 is uniquely positioned to meet customers' emerging needs by delivering superior performance and seamless interoperability across hardware and software platforms. I know exactly enough about architecture to call this kind of bullshit. We'll dive into the actual differences in a bit, but I want to break down what's going on here first. The group will focus on identifying new ways to expand the x86 ecosystem by enabling compatibility across platforms, simplifying software dev, and providing developers with a platform to identify architectural needs and features to create innovative and scalable solutions for the future. This is all corporate mumbo jumbo. I want to break down... This is all corporate mumbo jumbo. I do love the picture of the Intel and AMD CEOs standing together. Never thought I would see the day, but that's how bad things are. That's how scared they are of the current ARM and RISC-V revolutions happening, that we're seeing an unprecedented partnership. I should disclose I'm an investor in both Intel and AMD, so I am very heartened to see this. I might make a lot of money long-term as a result of this, but that does not cover up my hatred of Intel and my general disdain for the direction of AMD as of recent. Yeah. Tom's Hardware is a phenomenal source, so I'm going to read their thing for now. Love the yin-yang logo here. In a rare public-facing display of cooperation between two of the industry's fiercest rivals, Intel and AMD jointly announced their formation of a new x86 advisory group to ensure a unified x86 instruction set architecture moving forward, as well as improved consideration given both the potential additions of new features and the various x86 simplification efforts already underway. This is a huge deal. So I'm going to give a really, really brief overview that is if you're a CPU architecture person, skip this, not just because you already know it, but the way I simplify these things, it's going to hurt you. As a really simple, like how a processor works, we'll say I have this chip. And this chip adds numbers. I have 1 and I have 2. This chip will have 2 pipes in it, effectively. It has 2 slots that it takes things in on. So it will now take the 1 and the 2. It then does some shit, and out comes the response on the other side. So this case would be 3. So this is a really simple example of how the silicon works. Obviously, it's going to be 1 and 1, 0, because it's binary. So it's going to combine these, and the result's going to be 1, 1. But this, people in chat are already catching it. Technically, this is not a chip. Yes, you're right. So the reality of how this works is this isn't the processor. This is one process in the processor, effectively. One instruction type. One ALU is the common term for it. So this one ALU is for summing. So what this one does is it takes in 2 values, and then it combines them and spits them out. There are lots of these in your computer, and they all do different stuff. You have one for multiplication. You have one for division. And the multiplication one's just going to multiply 01 by 10, which is just 10 again. You get the idea. So your processor has tons of these, and not just one of each type, to be clear. Any die in your processor has a ton of these. Like an absolutely insane amount. The important detail that is different, though, is how specific these different types are. Number of instructions in x86. The x86 instruction set, which is the number of types of these processing units that can exist in x86, is between 1,500 and 3,600 instructions, which means you have to have a solution for each of those instruction types. Because when I go to the chip, because I don't go to the chip and give it this specific, like put this in this pipe, this in this pipe. What you do is you have an abstraction of some form that is like, hey, sum these 2 things. 01, 10. If you ever heard of assembly before, effectively what it is. It's telling the processor what it should do with the values that you're about to give it. And the processor architecture, and then that machine code is, I'm trying my right way to explain this in a way that isn't going to piss off literally everyone. Yeah. Actually, yeah, scrap this part. So now imagine you have 1,500 to 3,500 of these that you have to put into every single chip in your computer. See how rough that can get? Now let's compare to number of instructions in ARM. 232 possible machine instructions. That makes these chips much simpler. It means that you can scale them up and print them slightly more easily. And then if you go even further with RISC-V, which is, if you weren't familiar with what RISC stands for, it's Reduced Instruction Set Chip. Might be Reduced Instruction Computer. Yeah, sorry. RISC stands for Reduced Instruction Set Computer. So it's literally less instructions. So something as simple as division doesn't exist in RISC-V. And ARM is based on a RISC architecture. It has many more instructions in it, but still not a whole lot of them. What's painful here is if you want to port x86 software to ARM, if the x86 software assumes that division is native or some other instruction is native and it can be processed really quickly as a result, but it's actually being emulated on the ARM chip, it can get rough real fast. And that's why Apple did so much crazy stuff around Rosetta and actually put a chip in your ARM processor in order to allow it to better translate between those 3,000 plus x86 instructions into the 232 that exist on ARM. It's also worth noting that ARM is a standard that is owned by a business, and RISC is an open standard, specifically RISC-V, which is RISC-V. It's an open standard that anyone can use. And both of these standards, because the number of instructions is so much simpler, they're easier to manufacture, they're easier to scale up, they're easier to stuff a ton of them into a thing, and they're much more power efficient. Because if you only have 40 possible paths that each chip can do, just add more chips. This is why things like the NVIDIA GPUs have so many more threads than you have on a traditional CPU, because each of those threads has way fewer things it can possibly be doing. It's also why it's great for machine learning stuff, because you don't need all these weird instructions that exist in x86 in order to train against a ton of data. You want as few paths as possible. It's like, a way to think of it is, if you're driving on a highway, is the highway that has 2 exits easier or harder to navigate than the highway that has 2,000 exits, especially if those exits are all at the exact same place? RISC and ARM have way fewer exits, which means they are much easier to implement. The standard is much simpler. They are much more power efficient, and they scale better. x86 is a CISC standard. It's a complete instruction set computer standard, CISC instead of RISC, which means that effectively only Intel and AMD can implement it, because the work to implement, C is complex. Thank you, guys. To clarify on the difference between RISC and x86, it's RISC versus CISC, which is a complex instruction set computer. It means those individual instructions can be more complex things, and it means the architecture is inherently more complex as a result. As such, CISC has been slowly falling out of fashion because we've proven we can do really powerful things with RISC-style chips, be it ARM and all the crazy stuff Apple's doing there. Even Google's now throwing their hat in the ring there, or the crazy RISC stuff that's happening at NVIDIA too. Like, reduced instruction sets have been proving to scale well because we lost the clock speed wars. For a long time, it was believed that computers would get faster as we crank clock speeds up further and further. We get to 3 gigahertz, then 4, then 5, then 6. We've largely given up on that in favor of different flows where we have more chips that are running at slower clock speeds, because we started to hit limits on how fast we get those chips going. And that's why RISC is so powerful, because we can have way more of these RISC chips and distribute the workloads. But that's also why x86 is struggling, because only Intel and AMD are properly positioned to manufacture it, and the instructions continue to get more complex as they add more and more, and old software expects all of these weird pipes in the processor to still exist for them. Hopefully this helps understand also why the x86 simplification effort is important, because the sheer number of instructions makes it really unrealistic, both to iterate on the standard and for new manufacturers to build things that work with it. Back to the article. The company announced the new x86 Ecosystem Advisory Group at the 2024 OCP Summit. It already has several notable industry software and hardware stalwarts as participants, like Google, Broadcom, Dell, HP, Lenovo, Microsoft, etc. It's cool seeing Google in there because they're actually actually deep on building ARM chips, but they're still supporting x86, which is cool. The 46-year-old x86 is the most prevalent ISA used for general computing for PCs and data centers, and Intel and AMD are the only 2 primary x86 architecture licensees that build new processors at high volumes, creating a duopoly. Yep, you also have to license x86, and it's a rough license. So, yeah, these are the only 2 companies that make it, and there's reasons for it. Cooperation between the two, with the input of a bevy of customers and end users, will help to build a more unified approach that reduces or even eliminates custom ISA implementations that can be problematic for the duopoly's hardware and software customers. That's becoming even more important as the x86 ecosystem faces intense pressure from ARM in both the This is even more important as x86 ecosystem starts to face intense pressure from ARM in both the consumer and data center markets, not to mention the continuing rise of RISC-V. The new group intends to standardize at least some of the new additions and alterations to the x86 ISA, which includes several simplification efforts already underway. The alterations in areas of collaboration aren't yet defined, but there are plenty of clear candidates that could be up for discussion. For example, AMD has the supervisor entry extensions, which are designed to clear up some of the order. For instance, AMD has this weird thing, the supervisor entry extensions, which are designed to clear up some of the older cruft in the ISA. By taking the supervisor stuff and hoisting it out of the ISA, they make the instruction set simpler, and this layer can own the complexity higher up. Breaking your chips into more different chips is also a big thing that these companies are realizing. Like, to go back to my little diagram here, how do you stuff video encoding down this pipe? The way Intel would do it, and the way AMD would do it, is they would add more and more of the things you needed to the chip to make video encoding slightly faster. Apple's solution was put a dedicated video encoder on your chip. So instead of having the ARM chip do that work, they just put a different chip next to it that's better at it. That concept of different chips that serve different purposes is not a thing x86 has even really thought of before. As a standard, it's not built to do that type of thing. Apple just kind of does whatever. They also call out here that Intel has the flexible return and event delivery code, which has similar goals. Intel's even begun to work on x86S, which is a simplified 64-bit only implementation designed to strip out even more of the legacy cruft. Didn't hear about that before. That's actually really cool. x86S. Dope. While cleaning up is an obvious area of potential collab, the x86 ISA is also constantly moving forward with new additions, and here, alignment between Intel and AMD could become even more important. For instance, Intel has recently introduced AMX, which is a matrix math extension that dramatically boosts performance in AI inference workloads, as well as AVX10. Both would benefit from more uniform implementations among the vendors. This is also actually very interesting because AMD is kind of getting fucked by NVIDIA right now on the GPU world because all of the AI training stuff is built on top of CUDA, which is NVIDIA's proprietary model for accessing their GPU layers. People have been trying to re-implement CUDA on top of AMD, and it's actually going surprisingly well, but AMD can't officially support it because it's not an official standard. Now, if they want to compete with NVIDIA, they're teaming up with Intel in order to make a standard that they can build and iterate on in x86, which NVIDIA is not equipped to build. Very interesting. As they say here, there will certainly be even newer and as yet unforeseen additions, particularly regarding various extensions that support AI operations. Very exciting. They interviewed people at AMD and Intel to get comments, which is very fun. AMD and Intel are excited to come together in this. And we think it's one of the most significant shifts in the x86 architecture in decades. As Justin said, x86 is the de facto standard. It's a strong ecosystem, but it's one that Intel and AMD have co-developed in a way, but at an arm's length. And that has caused some inefficiencies and some drift in portions of the ISA over time. It's cool that they're actually publicly acknowledging that the weird way the standard has been developed, where they don't talk to each other and they try to ignore each other, has made the chip and the standard less efficient. It's cool seeing them own this. Like, they're not pretending like, oh, we just did this, we thought it was a good idea. No. They recognize the fundamental failures that have been existing more and more in the x86 architecture now for a while. Oh, this is a fun one. I remember when this article dropped, I was really hyped on this one. This is a fun article. I'll leave this in the description. This is why x86 needs to die from March of this year, where it breaks down just how out of date the architecture is. God. There's so many layers now. Zen 4 is a monster. Not only does it have 4 ALUs, it has 3 AGUs as well. Some of you may have heard of the arithmetic and logic unit before, but address generalization units are less well known. All of this means that Zen 4 can, under perfect conditions, perform 4 ALU operations and 3 load and store operations per clock cycle, which makes it 2 to 10 times faster, but it's so complex. Like, there's weird ones like MP SAD BW, which is a 6 to 7 byte long instruction, and it compares how different a 4 byte sequence is in multiple positions of an 11 byte sequence. What? There's so many of these weird instructions. It's kind of insane. Apparently, Prime and Casey tore that one apart. I vaguely remember watching this, but yeah, there's a lot of good context there if you're curious about it. It's weird seeing an AMD and Intel employee like being so friendly. We're going to remain fierce competitors. You know, Justin and I are friends first, but when we show up to work each day, we are fiercely trying to compete on behalf of our companies and ensure that our customers have compelling choices from each one of our companies. But we can compete even while we're driving industry standards together. And there's a rich history of Intel and AMD doing that. Not really, but I like the sentiment here. I think the other question you might ask is, why now? It's because we're seeing a real shift in the demand for compute. We're at an inflection point. We think it's the right time to enable this new, consistent architecture as a source of innovation for our ecosystem. Okay, this is them corporate speak saying, we're scared ARM's going to eat our breakfast, lunch, and dinner. I like the call out of security here too. There's been a lot of weird security issues from Intel and AMD trying to optimize these weird instructions, ending up with weird memory access patterns and then having to revoke it, causing massive performance like degradation in these chips. Like Intel had to remove some of their optimizations to make the chip secure because of what was the big Intel side channel attack? The really big one? I always forget the name of it. Come on, chat. You guys are good at this normally. Spectre. Yeah. Spectre was brutal, which allowed you to access things going on in the chip by just calling specific instructions. And they had to fix that by turning off a bunch of their optimizations. Horrifying. Yeah, the only other company that currently has an x86 license is this weird one, VIA Technologies. They're in a weird state. I think I saw an LMG video a while back where they actually tried to use one of their processors, like one of the few x86 chips that wasn't by Intel or AMD, and it was slow as hell and buggy, but it worked, which was interesting. I like the call at the end here. We're not going to see any change for at least a year. Like, I don't think average people understand, or I don't think people, even in tech, understand just how slow manufacturing of chips moves. It takes so long to spin up manufacturing facilities, to design these architectures, to agree on standards, to contract out all of the parts that have to be fucking built, to actually start shipping it. It's kind of insane. Like a year is a generous estimate. This is going to take half a decade or more to really see the impacts of. But my stock's probably going to go up before then. Fingers crossed there. I got nothing else. Keep computing. Keep AMD. I got nothing else. Keep computing, nerds. And until next time, peace. Cool. That was a fun one. Thank you for the free content. Good stuff. I was talking about my investments. I'm not telling you that I think they're a good investment. I'm just saying I hope my investment goes up. That's not investment advice at all. Yeah, everyone relying on TSMC is a huge, scary thing. Getting a little tired. We did get our 7 videos plus a short out, which keeps us on schedule. Cool. I'm not getting jack shit for results on shorts. I'm just not putting effort into them. I have a whole bunch recorded that I need to publish. I just need to sit down and start doing it, though. Time for boneless UI. It's like the only one that's even somewhat pressing here, I would argue. I hear about .io? Yeah, I have the most popular video about it. Primes might finally have overtaken mine, but my video on the IO stuff was killer. That was last week. Let's do boneless UI. We've all heard of headless UI, but have you heard of boneless UI? What about skinless? This is a really weird way of thinking about things, but it's important to have good language as we understand the different ways to build UIs in modern times. It also fits well with the Halloween theme. So without further ado, let's dive in to an awesome article from... Let me read on that. I kind of want to just redo the intro. This flashing thing's a little annoying too. Cool. Hopefully we've all heard about headless UI now. You know, the idea of UI pieces that don't prescribe UI, they just help you with the interaction part. But have you heard of boneless UI? What about skinless UI? What if I told you these were all terms that are being invented now as a way to try and talk about how we construct our UI libraries? And it also happens to fit the Halloween theme really well, doesn't it? I'm really excited to dive into this with y'all because this article by Adam is stunning and a very, very fun breakdown of how to think about these ways of building in modern UI world. I'm super excited to dive into this article with y'all about how to build in this weird modern UI world and how to think about component libraries. Huge shout out to Adam for writing this. Before we dive in though, quick word from today's sponsor. Let's dive right in on this. I'm excited. Headless, boneless, and skinless, headless, boneless, skinless, and lifeless UI. UI abstractions continue to evolve year over year. Let's talk about a couple of them, what they do, and a little about why, and tease them a bit with some silly names. Folks don't actually say skinless, boneless, or bodiless. I'm teasing with these strategies, but also I think the labels might make more sense now that I like the call out here that nobody actually says these terms after I just said all of these terms. We'll see where we end up. Should be fun. Why didn't I cut to the sponsor part? Because I'm recording live. I don't know who's going to sponsor this yet. I'm recording the video. We'll figure out the sponsors later. Anyways, I love the little animations. Adam's the best. He immediately calls out that he won't be covering components that have heads, bodies, skins, and bones, like Chakra, Shadcn, Radix, and MUI. These are all fully loaded. I wouldn't even say Radix necessarily is. It provides a lot of primitives, but fair. Chat's already saying, I'm going to start using these terms. Please help me make them stick. Yeah, these are good terms. I guess, yeah, Radix has both components and primitives, to be fair. Yeah. These solutions are fully loaded, which means they have batteries included effectively, and they have their own mix of abstractions for bones, skins, and life. This post is more interested in the layered abstractions that the front-end community is using now, so they can compose the layers themselves, moving quickly, but with higher customizability in order to build their own design systems and fulfill their own unique application logic. So here are the terms as defined by Adam. Reminder that none of these are real terms since nobody's using them yet, but I can see them catching on. We got headless, which is working components that don't have styles. You bring those yourself. There's boneless, which is just the styles. So you bring your own life effectively. You provide the thing that the styles attach to as well as the logic behind it. Skinless, which is just the HTML part. You have to bring everything else. And bodiless. So this is the state part. So like the use selector hook or use input that you would have in something like React. It doesn't provide any of the markup or styling at all. It's just the state part. So let's start with headless UI. Pretty common term. I'm curious, does this link to headless UI like the library? It does. Cool. Headless UI is one of the libraries for doing headless UIs that was built by the Tailwind team in order to make it easier to build your own component library with Tailwind. Pretty cool stuff, but Radix is slowly one. Yeah. And as Adam says here, this is the one term in the post that's actually common jargon amongst front-end developers. There's even a whole library that tries to embody the category. That's a good pun. Good work. Yeah, headless UI. This is what a headless UI offering looks like in code. So you see you have the import for popover button, and panel, all from headless UI. And then you use their components. But these don't provide styles. They are just workflow components, effectively. So you provide the styles via class names yourself. They're components that come bundled with functionality. They have bones, and they have very minimal style. Headless doesn't quite match what you get, in my opinion, since these totally have a brain, muscle, and structure. The mismatch is what led to the author creating the terms boneless, skinless, and bodiless. Here's an incomplete list of headless libraries, which also includes Radix primitives, by the way, so I wasn't totally wrong calling that out. But these are all things that don't really give you much UI because they're designed to let you provide the UI and the styling yourself. Then we have boneless UI. This abstraction layer is all about composable styles. Styles without markup, skin without bones. On their own, boneless libraries don't do much, but when applied to bones, you can compose nice UIs. I just can't unsee the boneless, which is a skateboard trick where you use one leg to jump. It's just all I can think of whenever I read this.
Hello.
Just show, oh, rest in peace, Ben Ramers. No, I didn't see it was Ben. He's one of my all-time favorites. He passed away a few years ago. Oh. Well, yeah, that's the boneless. It's when you pop the board into your hand and then use your leg to get most of the jump. That makes me sad. I love Ben. I always want to call these Ramers UI, just in tribute. Love that dude. Anyways. I'll stop thinking about skateboarding and focus on UI libraries. Here's an example of a boneless UI. It doesn't do much, but once you apply it to bones, you can compose a nice UI. So here's some Tailwind, where the Tailwind library provided skin is applied to some bones. So So the bones would be the div and the A tags, and then the tailwind is the skin on top. Yeah. So the value, wait, tailwind is, oh yeah, so boneless, yeah. So tailwind's the skin, but there is no bones. They don't have components. They don't even have HTML. It's just the CSS. So boneless UI could also be like UI skin almost. Think about it. It's the part on the outside that it's the part on the outside that has to be applied to that structure, but it's useless without the structure underneath it. Things like Bootstrap, Tailwind, Bulma, Open Props, all of these solutions are boneless libraries because they don't tell you even how to apply. They just give you the pieces that you use as classes, and that's really it. Then there's skinless UI. It's like headless UI, but it's entirely unstyled, and it's functioning bones. No brains, no heart, no skin. While checking out headless UI libraries, if they're unstyled, I would put them in this category instead. So a skinless popover UI offering from React Area would just look like this in code. That's a style. You're telling it width and height. I'm joking. This is very unstyled. But you have to take over if you want to actually make it styled. Like this won't do anything until you start applying styles. It'll just be like a default div, effectively. The libraries often order CSS starting places. These libraries often order CSS starting places or helper layouts and positioning, but the goal is to let you have full styling control. You can even see little bits of styling in line in the bones, hinting or providing meaningful minimal defaults as to the styling that you'll likely use, like the class names or the flex call here, or what I mentioned before with the SVG stuff. Like those are hints of styling, but you have to apply most of it yourself. I'm not super familiar with ArcUI. I've been hearing it more and more. Yeah, as they say here, it's entirely unstyled. So the things are just using the browser defaults until you apply styles yourself, often through things like Tailwind. Makes a lot of sense. There's React Aria, which is similar to Headless UI or Radix UI, but it's by the crew over at Adobe. It's in a really good state overall. And now we have a lifeless UI. Another category that would usually get lumped into headless, but I feel there's more precise ways to describe a subset of these headless kits. Like spirits, phantoms, or ghosts that know stuff, but can't actually manifest it into the real world, so they're lifeless UI abstractions. TanStack has their lifeless offerings, apparently. Interesting. Like their type-safe hooks, they don't actually render or supply any UI elements, and their focus is maximum inversion of control in mind. I will say this, Tanner's the one who really caused my brain to light up about this possibility. He was one of the first big like React library authors that never gave you real components. Occasionally, Tanner would give you things like a wrapper component that was like a context provider or a thing for like React Windows so that it would virtualize stuff outside of the current view, but nothing that was styled ever. I also see that we have some TanStack contributors in chat. Wonder if TanStack Shock should use the same terminology. I'm not opposed either way. I trust y'all to make up the decision because you guys normalize this way of thinking. It's on us developers to wire up these functions to appropriate elements and styles, as if we're inserting a spirit into a body of bones and skin. This is what a TanStack range input lifeless UI offering looks like in code. So there's the TanStack React Ranger, which is their range element. And it's not even an element. Is the capital R Ranger even a component here? I don't even think it is. Where is that even used? Where is the capital R Ranger used in here? Is it? Is that a typo? Oh, here it is. On change, it's a Ranger instance of an HTML div element. So that's literally just being used for the type definition here, and that's it. Yeah, you don't get real components from it. You just call their hook, and then you connect it to things using their use Ranger hook to do the binding to the HTML. And now we have this ref that is pointing to the ranger ref, which binds all of the behavior. There's an example set of these with TanStack stuff, floating UI. I covered floating UI a bunch before, as well as Zag.js, which I see people in chat freaking out about. CUI components powered by finite state machines. Very interesting. Yeah, use machine, and then you bind the machine to elements. You call it like api.getRootProps. When you see stuff like this, that's how you know you're going into these patterns. It's lifeless, right? Yeah. Yeah, when you see these patterns where you're dumping props and values into default HTML elements, that's when you know you're stumbling into the lifeless UI stuff. A timely for the month and tongue-in-cheek abstract article about ghostly abstractions. Good summary here. As Nils said, this post doesn't even cover how much JS work that the HTML and CSS are covering for you, like popover, anchor, dialog, view transitions, scroll-driven animations, and custom select. So more and more, you don't even need the JS to do those things. The HTML and CSS can, but having the right abstractions makes gluing it all together much easier. And I like this framing a lot. It's increasingly time for me to update my old video, one of my most popular, where I compared all of the different modern CSS solutions. It's been 2 years since I published that. Jesus Christ, time flies. I've only been doing YouTube for a bit over 2 years. This is pre-mustache, Theo. God. Whoever trusted this smug asshole for opinions? Regardless, I like this framing a lot. I want to get to Adam's X account quick. It's going to be an infinite scroll for sure. Anybody have his Twitter? Shorthand? I count time in pre and post mustache Theo. Love it. Thank you for the direct link. Yeah. If you enjoyed this, definitely give Adam a follow. Legendary dev in the space, deep on the Chrome team and web standard stuff. One of my favorite people to talk about these things with at random events. Great dude, great article, definitely worth a follow. And until next time, peace nerds. Cool. Throw this link into there. No free shout out to Area Kit. Did he make Area Kit? As I haven't touched Area Kit yet is the issue. Oh yeah, Diego's making this. He's been working his fucking ass off. Okay, my team is harassing me that I need to talk about Area Kit. Let's hear first. Just the link. Yeah. My team was harassing me, so we're going to talk about Area Kit too. It's one of these libraries. Specifically, it is providing unstyled primitive components, which means it's skinless, right? Because it has the logic part. Yeah. Should have mentioned it before, but all of chat spamming here. Area Kit's just super high quality, headless, best in class. It's great. seems phenomenal. It's something I have yet to play with, but I know Diego decently well. Phenomenal developer. Very excited to play with this at some point. I'm so on Shadcn, which does all of the gluing for me. It's hard for me to make the move, but I could absolutely see myself playing with this. Apparently, this is what will convince me. Access and manipulate the state of area components in a performant way through component stores. Combo box, use combo box store, and I can pass that to different things and control it externally. There's like a use form store. I can set default values. I can call control on it separately, and I can dump it on things too. Use store state, you pass it one of their stores. Very interesting. I can see why you nerds with your crazy UI patterns and weird search bullshit for stuff like Axiom would take a ton of advantage of this. Interesting. Yeah, all their components can either be passed direct state and do things in controlled ways, or you can pass it their custom select store that does it out of bound. Very interesting. How many times have I done const open set open equals use state false with radix? Fair point. Fair point. Did they not even put it in here? Is it just React Area and not Area Kit at any point? Yeah. So where this would have fit would have been skinless. Where this is going to fit in the video is a task for you phase. Good luck, have fun. I'm sure you can figure it out. Yeah. I heard that GSAP got acquired by Webflow. I don't really have strong feelings on it. It feels like a decent fit for the two, and I'm happy that theoretically GSAP can stop charging for the things they charge for. But I'm curious to see where that ends up going long term. Cool. We got 8 videos done. I'm pretty dead. To get 8 videos done in one sitting, plus a short, I'm feeling pretty good. Let's figure out who I owe a raid to. If there's anyone here that I haven't raided in a minute. How's Seeing Vash doing today? She's been live for 6 hours. I don't want to pressure her into staying up. I know I've accidentally done that to people before. Cruel Rice, how long has she been live for? 4 hours? Seems like a good opportunity. We're going to Cruel Rice. Have fun, nerds. Might see you this weekend. Not live for long, Aiden. This is a fun one. Quite a stream. Survived Linux for a few hours, but yeah, I think I'm back on Mac for content. I'll try and use the Linux box as much as I can, but it was a little frustrating trying to do things for this. So until next time, goodbye. And goodbye to YouTube as well.